Hello and good afternoon and welcome to the season finale of Fire in the Dark. I am, as ever, your game master, Jaimie Wolfe, here to guide these scoundrels who have seen so much and yet still so little through the fires and tribulations of everything that they've come to. A little recap before we begin. Our lovely scoundrels began as the Murmur Venture Project, selling their wares, their drug of choice, Murmur, in order to kind of push pyro off the streets in an effort to make some coin along the way. And in the vein of that, they've had a variety of jobs, networking, working against various individuals that have been connected to pyro, and making connections with people like Skurlock and the Damned. And now it's kind of all culminated down to this. The amalgamation of research done by Tristero and their patron, Archibald Dalmore IV, aka Archie, into narrowing down where the central heart of the operation of the firebugs is. And now is the time to strike. And so, let me allow our lovely cast and crew to introduce themselves, starting with, of course, Parker.
Hi, I'm Parker. My pronouns are she, they, and I will be playing Asher, the Spectre Claw. Pronouns also she, they, who is now sporting a wonderful astral eye of some sort. Good times.
Wonderful. Rue.
My name is Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns, and I will be playing Silas Crow Heartroot, who is the party whisper, who uses he or z pronouns.
Cole.
Hi there. I'm Cole, aka Ice Cold Brew. My pronouns are he, him, they, them, and I will be playing Tristero, Wax Valentine, the crew spider and the planner around the Murmur Venture project. And my pronouns are he, him, they, them as well.
And John.
Hello, I am John Downey. I will be playing Mort the Mouth Morrison. We both use he, him pronouns. And I am your crew's cutter. I'm your big lad. Your big lad with a soft heart.
Excellent. And as I said, I'm Jaimie Wolfe. I play everyone else in the world and the world itself, and even perhaps the manifestation of time as it moves throughout the world. And my pronouns are they, them, because, I can't be any one person at any one time ever. But allow us. We have a long way to go tonight, so let's dive right in. Setting the scene. There is a tension on the boat that has not been there before a job ever. There is a heady silence that seems thicker than the noise that walks the streets in the canals of Duskfall. Sitting in the rafters, one playing with a knife almost carelessly, is Asher Spectre Claw. Her usual shenanigans and running of the mouth oddly fallen silent now, and even the cookie sitting in her hand is only half eaten. To the side of Asher is Crow. Crow, by contrast, has eaten through a baker's dozen of cookies out of the seeming stress, and with telltale glances around the room at various individuals, trying to get a bead on how they feel. Beneath them, sitting in his usual chair, Mort, the Mouth Morrison. Mort, for once, is not nervously grooming himself. He is stoic. He is still. And he is waiting. And standing behind the desk, rather than to his usual place at the side, Tristero Valentine. with his spread of documents, his charts, his almost conspiracy board level of red line and string tying things together, poring over things one last time as they prepare for the push. And to the side of them, of course, we have, as ever, our patron of the Murmur Venture Project, the nervous yet always and constant Archibald Dalmor IV, aka Archie. And Archie now standing a little more in Tristero's position than his usual one that Tristero has taken up. Begins nervously talking as he does. And he kind of, as he does, he's kind of fidgeting because he brought a massive amalgamation of treats, cookies, bars, muffins, and the like. And very little of it has been eaten in the nervousness of it all. But a great deal of coffee has been drank. So he kind of, as he kind of moderately kind of pushes at a brownie that he himself is only half picked at, he kind of looks up. Right. So, this is kind of it. I think. I don't really know. I'm not one for large, grandiose speeches and the like. I kind of try to send you off with something of a smile and a good luck, but it's not really my show to run anymore, to say the least. I of course have an investment in this, and I'm here for any questions you might have. A lot of my information that I have, though, is already in Tristero's hands. But once this kind of situation has been handled, this is it for me. I will kind of wash my hands of this. As we talked previously, the criminal life is adventurous, exciting, and not for me. And to that end, I am here to help in any way possible, but I have but one objective here for you lot, and it's been one we've shared from the beginning. Bring an end to Pyro, an end to their operation, by whatever means you deem fit. We've come long enough that I am not in a position to question your methods, your means, and certainly not your motivations. You have proven yourselves above and beyond in all senses and capabilities. So without further ado, allow me to pass the buck, as it were, over to, and he gestures to Tristero, along with, and he pulls out like a small ring of keys. This is the key for the boat. This is the key for the small warehouse that we have rented in the south side of Charter Hall, where most of the distillation operations are happening for Murmur and the like. So for your kind of pleasure. This key is from my apartment. Hold on. And he just starts like he takes the key off the ring and like sets it like into his pocket. Yeah. All right. And then this key, of course, is for the locked compartment in the base of the boat where we keep some, various goods stored. So I guess, and he tries to do like a very solemn passing of the keys over Tristero, and immediately drops them on the floor. And just is like, and then like picks them back up and like puts them on the table and tries to slide them across. He's like, no, that's not far enough. And then he just like, he grabs them, he takes Tristero's hand and he just kind of puts them in Tristero's hand.
Tristero's hardly registered what's going on, just like staring at the board still.
It's in your hands now. Quite literally. Wax.
Oh.
And the rest of you.
Right. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Crow, can you hold on to these? And it's going to just slide them over.
It's more of a throw them up because Crow's in the rafters.
Oh, yeah.
So you like kind of toss them up. Crow just kind of catches them and puts them in a pocket that you didn't even know existed until something was put in it. Right. Well, I'll be here for any questions, but the person kind of at the forefront of this operation now is And he gestures to Tristero.
Right. Right. So, I am honestly kind of shocked we got here this quickly. How familiar are all of you with Crow's Foot?
How familiar are we?
Crowsfoot is the central district of Duskfall. It is the most centralized district. It is probably also the most criminally heavy, known for its operations with the Crows primarily, along with a couple of other gangs. It's also known because there was a gang war there between the Lamp Blacks, the Red Sashes, and the Crows a few years back, that the Lamp Blacks came out the other end, literally destroyed from, and the Crows came out reasserting their control over Crowsfoot with the Red Sashes. No severe loss of power, especially since they were able to make up part of it by taking over part of the Lamp Blacks' territory, but cowed back to the Crows. It is a centralized crime district, well known for its gang connections, and at some point, almost every gang in Duskfall has had a finger in the pot of Crowsfoot.
And to me, it makes sense. The reason why I was never able to find their headquarters was because it was perfectly disguised. It's very easy to make it look like you are making a concentrated military effort to resolve an issue and have a military building there, but have no one bother it. And Tristero is going to point to a section of the map where there are multiple buildings and a large warehouse, and just say, this is their current HQ. This is where everything is. More importantly, everyone. And rolls out like another board, and you can see like portraits and portraits of various people on there coming around. And you'll see a large woman, extremely muscular. I think maybe Mort might recognize, and points at her and says, this is the bear. That she is the enforcer. She has a lot of time in a fighting ring, and she is typically one of the muscle, but she is also very tactically strong. You can see, you'll be able to spot her out with the long brown hair, red eyes, and she has tattoos that let her, by what we found, mess with the ghost field.
And for Mort, you do recognize her. Her name is Talia Hassar. She is a former member of your unit. Well known for a couple of things. First off, she stands at 5'6", about 150 pounds, soaking wet, and she beat you in an arm wrestling contest. Her title as the Bear is an old holdover from her military days. She is deceptively strong to her frame, and she is well known for taking no prisoners unless she's ordered otherwise. She's also, for you, Mort, one of the cleverest people you've ever met, even compared to the likes of Tristero. She is a cunning strategist, and for a while, she was the lieutenant directly above you, not your captain, but the lieutenant directly under your captain. And after your unit was broken up, following the failed coup that your captain tried to undergo, she disappeared into the fighting rings beneath Duskfall for a little while. Earning...
I know that fact.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You know that she disappeared into fighting rings for a while. You even saw her a couple of times in some of the more off-book fights that would happen. But she fully disappeared, at least from your knowledge, about a year ago.
She is probably going to be one of the bigger obstacles we run into. And I would recommend no one taking her on alone. Of course, I'm saying this more for myself than the rest of y'all.
No, I would second that recommendation.
Mm-hmm. The next person, Archie and I kind of figured out together. They go by the code name Vial Smasher. But what we really know is this is Michael Anthony Judean, and we show a person of Tycherosi heritage with pale skin, bright red hair, purple eyes, very lanky, and scales on the arm. They were a former student and are most likely the person who stole the formula. They probably know the most next to Archie about Formula 451. This is on the kill immediately list. I don't care how, I don't care what you do, get rid of them.
Bro, you are tangentially aware of Vial Smasher, aka Michael Judean, in the sense that he was on his way out when you were on your way in. You met him maybe a handful of times. He was Archie's primary research assistant and head TA for a while. He was the one who was doing most of his grad research with Archie, and then one day suddenly disappeared and you had a promotion even though you'd only been working there for maybe 3 weeks. And as someone who's been in that situation where you find yourself suddenly promoted because you've only been working there 3 weeks, it's not a fun situation to be in, but you made the best of it.
Yeah. The next person, Jay was able to help me track down. They have bleached blonde hair, dark skin. We just know them as the Jackal. Very thin nose. I believe Jay may have had a few run-ins with the Jackal before, but I am unsure overall. We know that they focus mostly on distribution, pushing the drugs, getting people hooked, sending out free samples, and getting them to come back for more.
And based on the description and the crude kind of mock-up on the on the board, Crow, you're actually not familiar with this person. Fun fact. Asher, however, you are a little bit, not closely, but tangentially. Do you realize this person is a frequenter of Helene's Silver Stag?
Of course.
That's pretty much all you know about them, other than that, and that they are a high roller. So that's how you got to see them, was at the high rolling tables. Not as lucky a gambler as you, but very willing to throw a lot of money at the table. So,
Money to burn.
who's to say? And honestly, seems more there to talk than to actually gamble.
Of all the people we have here, this person is probably the most likely to disappear. Or worm their way out into a deal. And the last one, and it's just a blank image. It's just straight up a flat piece of paper.
It's a flat piece of paper with a question mark on it.
The person we believe to be called the Firekeeper was actually referred to as the Burned Demon. From what I could pick up from people who've been able to see them, or random Bluecoats reports I've been able to pull, they might be a large man standing at maybe 7 feet, and they have a paler skin, but they always have a mask on. So, kill this motherfucker.
The Burned Demon is the name given to him, and this is for Tristero. The Burned Demon is the name given to him by the Bluecoats. It is the name that has been given to him in the few minor sights that he's been seeing. He has been described as having incredibly pale skin to the point that it almost has a bluish tint to it. And the mask has never been removed from his face, but it looks like a gnashing teeth demon with fangs and tusks. Not unakin to a Japanese Oni mask, honestly. And beyond that, he is described as large, and his control over fire and flame is precise, to say the least. Out of all of the people who have been shown to be using pyro, he seems the least affected by the side effects and the most in control. The Firekeeper is his title in the Firebugs. The Burned Demon is what those few people who have lived long enough to get away from him call him.
Now, as for location itself, military district, it's their best place distillation. Assume that everything there is highly explosive. Use that to what you will. My biggest thing, and the reason why I tell you all this is the last chance. If you want to back out and not deal with the firebugs, I would understand. This is a personal vendetta I have. Honestly, we probably could have kept pushing this drug with just a few conflicts with them. But I leave it up to y'all if you want to come in.
Someone's gonna make sure you don't die, so.
Okay.
Hey, I have run away from my responsibilities before, and I don't plan on doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
This is for all the marbles, right?
Yeah.
We think that this is the best chance of getting this shit off the street entirely for good.
And this and several people potentially off the street who are just not good.
It would also give other people a chance. They have been running extortion protection rackets on not just people down the street who run maybe a tailoring shop, but minor nobles and the like. It would give more people a fighting chance, at least.
Say no more.
Right.
Beyond all that, I gave you my word.
All right. Then the last thing I am going to tell y'all this, and this is me coming in as a boss. Protect yourselves and live.
It's also applying to you too, right?
Yeah, I actually
Okay.
plan on living. There's actually a show in like 3 weeks I want to go see, so.
Oh, Archie kind of punches.
Interest-
Yes, that's the
It's
what's it called? It's Pride and Paupers, right?
Yeah. It's
Um,
really high drama, just a whole bunch of people talking shit, and I really like that.
Absolutely. Yes, I have tickets for that with Anya. You should join us, actually. We should I don't know if you've got your tickets already, but we have a box seat. So if you just
Ooh.
get a general admission, we can sneak you in and into our box and the like.
Yeah, no, that would be
Actually,
nice.
why don't you all join us? It would be a lovely celebration if at the end of all things, a couple of weeks off, maybe take a vacation after this is all done, and we all come back together to raise a toast.
That sounds nice.
Asher picks her jaw up off the floor because she wasn't expecting Tristero to not have a death wish and is just a little shocked as to the turn of events here. That is apparently more shocking than anything else.
Oh god.
For the briefest moment, Crow thought that Archie was specifically inviting Wax to join him and his partner at the theater for like a date, and was like, in the way that like when you are a student or a TA, you want to know all of your instructor's gossip.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, but Archie kind of like, but if I might have just one little bit of the last word before you all scatter the winds to do your usual amalgamation of information and the like of what you're interested in, what you're doing. this job, no one's paying us for it. We're not making a point off of this. Probably we're going to get a bungle of reputation, mind you. People will know our name when this is done, to say the least, but that's also not really why we're doing it. As Tristero already said, this is kind of for all the marbles. If there was ever a chance to back out, it would be now. And I know you've already expressed your commitment to it, and I appreciate that. I'm sure Tristero does as well. And allow me to just say that in the face of all this, Anya and I thank you. And it has been an honor.
Archie, one day you would make a terrifying criminal.
I really don't want to. Like, I truly appreciate the sympathies, Tristero, but I'd like to go back to my tinctures, please. Just a nice grant, maybe to research something on the scope of... Maybe I can get in on the research for, like... Speaking of which, oh, I almost forgot. My gods, I am a fool. And he kind of, like, runs over, and then he, like, slides a cupboard open where there's, like, 4 sets of armor that have been set for all of you. The whole reason we ran the last job, obviously. He kind of starts passing out these like black armor that have like a slight sheen to them to everyone. These have been treated with the formula that we stole from the last job. They will give you some modicum of resistance in the face of fire, to say the least. So basically what this is this is a special armor. In the event of you, it's an armor with 2 slots on it, but the 1 slot can only be used as fire protection. The armor, of course, still operates as normal armor, but if someone hits you with fire, you can burn its special slot instead, is the thing. It's been treated with the fire retardant that we got off the formula for. It's very, very... Like, it's not going to hold up over, like, a consistent blaze, but this kind of a thing, if we can, if the research on it progresses to a level, this would be great for firefighters in the future to have these fire-resistant clothing and the like in the wake of fires that aren't related to pyro and the like. So I'm hoping that the research on it is able to advance. But for our purposes right now, here you go.
Thank you.
I hope that it serves you well.
I suppose you will know based on whether or not we come to the play in a couple of weeks.
I'm hoping I get to see you before then. Granted, Crow finals are over, and I'm free. I'm free
you have
and
free
clear.
Time.
I have free time. Finals are finished. Well, to be fair, most of the final stuff was cast onto my TA anyway, as I told the group here last time. My TA handled a lot of the last minute that's kind of they handled the last minute management of it, and then the administration, which is why I actually got to go on the job last time. I didn't have anything to do in that case, and it went swimmingly, might I say. We missed you, by the way, with whatever you were doing at that time. Probably something spooky, I imagine.
Sarah's turned away and is chuckling.
But it went swimmingly. I like to believe that I made up for your loss with my small seizure, but that was induced. I induced it myself.
No, it was an interesting time.
It was a distraction, and it was a regulated situation. I was never in any real danger.
Y'all ever think I'm a bad influence on people?
Mostly I am worried about the fact that you can self-induce seizures, but...
It was chemically induced, obviously. I brought a powder, we got a little bit of water from the cooler that they had there, and then when the time came, I put the powder in the water, and then I drank it, and then I kind of fell into it.
Honestly, I
Right.
think Archie actually had the easiest time. Actually, no, Tristero had the easiest time. Then Archie, and then it's somewhere between Mort and I out of the various things that just I think happened to us.
You cannot help but notice the new eye, Crow, and you've seen the galaxy sparkle of an eye that now exists, and it goes without saying that you probably got some initial looks at that almost in a. You basically studied Asher like a bug for like 3 days, for a moment.
Lovingly.
With tenderly, you know.
Yeah.
Some there was some like tender appreciation and love and maybe a little bit of homoerotic tension, but it was good, and you learned quite a few things. Asher now has a better understanding of what that eye can actually do if she puts her mind to it, to say the least. But suffice to say, Archie kind of does like a this motion. That's all from me. It's again in your hands. If you need me, I'll be in my office if you need to ask me questions. But Tristero honestly has most of the information that I have at this point, so I'm not sure how much more useful I can be. The operation at your leisure and discretion. We're not exactly on a tight time schedule or anything. They are expecting us, if you weren't already aware, in some form or fashion. Our notes do indicate that they've kind of been consolidating their forces back down into their main stronghold. So, like, they're expecting something. Maybe not whatever the fuck you have planned, but they're expecting something. So be wary.
While Archie's kind of going through this like last little monologue piece, Asher kind of climbs down out of the rafters, and as he finishes up, she just kind of hugs him.
He kind of he kind of like button tightens up for a second, and then like relaxes, and then reaches out and kind of gives you a hug as well, Asher. I thank you.
Thank you. Just kind of steps back from after that awkward moment.
Like clambering across the rafters so that Zir right above Archie, Crow is going to drop a pen that Silas took from Archie's office probably about 6 months ago. And say, "Oh, I think you dropped this here at one point. I've been holding on to it. It's yours. You should take it back."
Oh, this is my second favorite pen.
Can we get a fortune roll to see if Archie can figure it out? Just 2d6, take the lower.
It's yeah. I'm gonna do 2d6, take the lower, and see if dear old Archie has 2d6. It's a 1. It's a 1. It is a 1. So Archie's like, I could have sworn. Where did I? And this thing, well, never mind. The only reason it isn't my favorite pen is because it's splattered once or twice on me. But other than that, it actually writes smoother. But anyway, and he kind of like puts it in his pocket. Thank you. I appreciate it, Crow. I honestly, I think we've come a long way. I remember that when we first met, I would jump if one of you breathed in my direction. I think our relationship has come a long way since then. I have grown a lot of trust for all of you, and I understand you all a lot better, to say the least.
As Archie's saying that, Mort's gonna like stand up like very quickly and sort of move to his direction.
So for Asher and Crow, who's right there, Archie tenses but stands his ground.
Proud of him.
Man.
So you're not intimidated by me.
Mort, I think you are, and he kind of puts out, and he puts a hand on Mort's chest, like a finger, and like taps it on Mort's chest. I think you are a joy, a gentleman, and a fantastic baker.
Can I hug you?
Of course, Mort.
And Mort is gonna lift him up fully off of the ground in like, not in like a way that's like putting any undue pressure anywhere, just like being cradled in someone's arms.
Yeah.
Basically.
This is maybe like he literally can barely hug you back. He's like kind of like his arms are kind of out like this, like patting your sides. He's like, this is maybe the most comfortable hug I've ever had in my life. I've never felt so swaddled since perhaps I was a child.
Me too, buddy. We come a long way.
Oh God.
And as Archie is kind of put down, he straightens his vest, turns to Tristero, and extends a hand.
Tristero's going to reach out, take the hand, grabs the shoulder, and said, "I'm going to hug you when the job's done."
Archie will take a hand as well, put it on the opposing, kind of the opposite shoulder, and look you in the eyes. I look forward to seeing you on the other side, Tristero.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a pleasure working with a mind as fierce and prominent as your own. You all have brought such unique skills to the table, but I see a lot of myself in you, Tristero, and if I were to have ever gone down a different road, I think that we could have been close friends and associates in this kind of life in this world. But if you ever get tired of this life, well, I'm sure that I can put in a good word if you ever felt like getting a position as an associate professor and the like. Maybe you might have to start more as a student teacher, but I think that there's a place there. You know who you remind me of more than anything? My TA Silas. Absolutely brilliant individuals they are. Absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Truly a finer mind for, outside of perhaps my own, for arcane and occult mathematics and chemical formulae. There I have not seen in a while. That said, they are a tad overworked because I've been here doing this stuff, so I put a lot on their plate recently. Like a lot.
Tristero is like side-eyeing Crow the entire time.
Crow
So
has like slinked
I
further
think-
back against a pole.
Given that the semester is over, first off, I owe them a bonus for all the work they put in. So that's just going to happen. I just owe them a bonus. But you know what? Actually, I never really got to spend much time with them and the like because of that. So maybe I invite them for dinner with me and Anya, maybe at a nice restaurant or something, to treat them to something nice. I know that student budgets for food aren't great, so maybe like I can treat them to a good meal, some good alcohol, and probably get them a gift or something. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah. I based off the way you talked about this person, I think they would really like, fine baked pastries. There's that nice coffee shop around the corner. They definitely would like kind of some more interesting eclectic entertainment. So if you know any...
You know what I have that they might enjoy? I have a first edition signed copy of my initial book on esoteric mathematics that I keep in my office. I have several copies of it, of course, but this one has been out of print for the last 20 years. And while some of the things in it have been, of course, a little outdated, it still stands as the premier text on the fundamentals of esoteric mathematics. Now, mind you, they're well beyond that at this point, but as a piece to have, and as in memory, it might make for a nice little gift.
I think that would be and again, side-eyeing Crow, waiting for like a subtle nod. I think that'd be a delightful gift.
Absolutely. Well, in which case, I need to go. Honestly, now that I think about it, he kind of like he pulls out his watch. Which there are clockworks in Duskfall. I don't know if anyone was fully aware of that there are clockworks in Duskfall. They are a little. They're somewhere between steampunk and modern in their design. So when he pulls out, it's kind of like one of those wristwatches with the like multi gears that you can see inside, and he kind of pulls it out and he looks at it. I am going to be late for a dinner date with Anya at this point. So I should probably be on my way, and I can start getting stop by my office and grab that and get it packaged and the like. So again, he kind of gestures to you. Thank you, all of you. And with any luck, I'll see you on the other side of this, and at the theater in 3 weeks.
Theater in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Theater
So
in 3 weeks.
He kind of and he's in his usual like tweed outfit, but it is worth noting that thanks to y'all's influence, it's better cut in terms of tailoring, that it fits him better. His glasses that used to be too large for his face have been replaced with things actually closer to what I'm wearing. And he's no longer wearing a dorky hat. And he exists less in the he still wears kind of the comfortable tweed blazer, but he keeps it rolled up past his arms and the like. And he kind of and his tie is a little bit looser and his vest a little bit tighter. Anyway, love you all. I appreciate it.
Love you too, Archie.
Don't die, or Anya will be very cross.
I
Just
will
Anya?
never piss off Anya.
I will be too sad to be cross. So
The last thing I want as a ghost is to be haunted by your partner in the afterlife. So
that's
it's a compliment. I think they are
yeah,
very.
no, I appreciate
imposing.
it. I appreciate it. It's just, I'm starting to think about the mathematical implications of someone who is haunted by their loved one in terms of the ratios of golden geometry and the like, and how that works in terms of, does that become two souls in one? You know what?
Archie.
I'm going to go on a tangent, and I need my whiteboard. And Anya needs to come first before I get to my whiteboard, so I'm going to go.
Correct.
Yep.
And so he's going to make his exit, and he's going to snag a muffin on his way out. So
Snag 2, 1 for Anya.
she's on a diet. Like and like not like a like she's doing like a low carb thing. It's fine. Wine doesn't count though. So
Never does.
Never does.
Never does.
It's low on carbs, so I mean.
Yeah.
anyway, with that, we enter, unless there is anything else the lot of you want to go into on the boat, we are entering into gathering information. And gathering information, there's a modicum of freedom for all of you except Mort. Mort,
Yeah.
as you and your friends start making plans for how you're going to get the last bits of information you need before planning this infiltration assault and the like, there is a voice that echoes in the back of your mind. It's time, Mort. Need you to come see me. I got some things you need to know.
In my just in my head, I'm gonna try and respond, I guess. Simply saying I was planning on seeing you.
That's why I like you, Mort. Birds of a feather always flock together. The pack hunts better. And then it kind of fades from your consciousness. So we know what Mort is doing on his gathering of information. Why don't we look at Asher unless you need to think about it?
Unless Tristero had anything in mind for any of us, my big thing was because I think a lot of what we're going to be doing is figuring out how to deal with each of these individuals. So I was actually leaning towards going to talk to Helene and see, or anybody at the Silver Stag, to learn more about the Jackal, purely because they were the most likely to vanish, and we're still going to want to get rid of them or have them be taken care of.
Absolutely. All right. Crow.
For once, I'm not going to talk to ghosts.
And here I was, got my drink all ready in case you went to see Rick.
Oh, don't worry, I'll summon him later.
Rick will happen.
Rick will happen regardless.
Or I'll die trying.
Also, just as a side note for the audience, our players have been having conspiracy theories about everything that's happening right now. And one of the ones that I threw out there just as a joke was that Rick was the big bad evil guy this whole time. Which I'm gonna flat out say is not true. I'm just gonna cut that off right there. It's not really a spoiler or anything, but it was my favorite and the funniest idea I had. Anyway, so what are you interested in doing, Crow?
I want to, as Silas, because Crow is not allowed into the school, go and find everything I can on Michael. Like, I want to steal his academic records.
His academic records, his student record, his work record, his dossier. Absolutely, we can do that. Tristero. Everyone has gone their own way. You are going to be abandoned for gathering your information for once.
No, we've left him alone.
Oh God.
Left him without a babysitter. That was a mistake.
What are you interested in doing?
I'm of one of three minds. One is we have that really nice armor. I want to get us maybe some kind of equipment that will just extra heavy duty ammo that will punch through armor.
Okay.
If possible.
The acquisition of equipment is more of a downtime activity, but if you wanted to burn one of your downtimes from later to do that, we could talk about that.
The other idea was to I guess I wanted to pull and see if I could pull some information about, let me double check my dossier here. Maybe try to pull some blueprints about the Crow's Foot Distillery and headquarters and how they're able to pull it off to look like an Imperial military outpost.
Okay. How are you doing that? There's a variety of options for gathering that kind of information. Are you going to go talk to someone? You're going to try to get your hands on some records? Are you going to pull in a contact that you or the Murmur Venture Project has? You tell me.
I think, actually, I think I'm going to focus on trying to find the best way to get in, get through, get out. And I think the way I do that is I believe the Hive would still be keeping tabs on this. I know none of the gangs are going to interfere with anything going on, but they still like to know what's going on in the criminal underworld. I bet they have someone on the inside. I want to reach out to the Hive leader, whose name is escaping me at the moment.
Yes, I have that information somewhere, and I will grab it at some point. But I know who you're talking about. I just don't have her name immediately in front of me. Yeah.
My notes are coming.
Jeremiah. That is correct. Thank you. So you want to go see Jeremiah? Okay.
Yeah, I want to talk to her and
why don't we start? All right, we're gonna go in reverse order. Let's start with Tristero.
Yeah.
You go to see Jeremiah, who you're right does like you. I'm gonna call that, Tristero. I'm gonna call that a consort, and I'm gonna say, given your relationship with the Hive, which is a +3, I'm gonna give you a bonus die on that.
Ooh.
Don't get used to the generosity. It will dry up very quickly.
I know. It's okay. The dice took care of that for me. I only rolled a 5.
5 is still good.
Yeah.
Mr. Wax. It's been a while.
Yes, thank you for making time to meet with me.
Of course. We do like to be appraised of all of our associates and their activities, and your little venture has been quite successful recently. You've made a good bit of coin, a good bit of friends and enemies, shall we say, and the like. And trust me, we are very aware of your current activities and motivations. Truth be told, I'm pretty sure most of the movers and shakers of the underworld are aware of what's about to happen.
If they weren't, I'd be more afraid about what they're doing with their time.
Yes, well, to say the least, everyone has their own time and motivations. I can say with surety, no one will be standing in your way. However, for the sake of older disputes than this one runs, we cannot give aid either.
Understandable. I simply just wanted to ask maybe there's just some loose paperwork around, or just, maybe someone who happened to be keeping an eye just to track where things were going on. And
you want kind of the over-under of the setup of the things they have, right?
Who's most likely to not be there and where.
We don't have a ton, mind you. We stopped sending spies in after the third one got killed. So we don't have a person on the inside, to be honest. And if we don't have a person on the inside, I don't think anyone does. So be assured you're probably not going to be pissing anyone off by ending any lives. Now that I know that's not really your style, to say the least, but then again, maybe it is after that last collapse that happened in Night Market.
That was more of a favor to a friend.
Oh, we're aware. We are aware. And we tolerate your friendship with the damned, to say the least. They're not our favorite people, but
they gave me that impression that they're not a lot of people's favorites, honestly.
We're in a live and let live situation with them. We take up two very different spheres. We overlap very infrequently, so as long as they don't mess with us, we don't mess with them.
Honestly, knowing how 3/4 of the team operates, I get it.
And besides, they make very good coffee. So, who are we to, at the end of the days, honestly, that seems almost more important to me than petty disputes and old blood. Anyway, regardless, but you are interested. I can tell you some things. Is there any specifics?
I guess, what are their rotations on guards? How many are outside visible? And is there any place that gets overlooked?
I imagine that rotation on guard has changed quite a bit since they've seemed to have consolidated down. I imagine they have frequent, constant watch and vigil at all times. So I doubt you're going to find a loophole in terms of time to strike. As for weaknesses in places, trust me, if I knew one, we would have already exploited it to get our own people in there. Suffice to say, it's a military compound. Quite literally, it is a former military compound that ceased to be one because of funding. However, it got, from what we can understand, imagine, if you will, that technically it's still under the possession of the military, but it got shuffled around from department to department to department to department to department until no one knew actually whose it was, and thus ended up in the hands of one particular individual that the firebugs had gotten addicted to their lovely drug and handed off to them. So it's kind of in a limbo state of being both the militaries and not the militaries.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh. That
It
might
is still a
be.
military compound, so
It
getting
is
into it is difficult. That said, they don't have military funding, from what I understand. So I doubt they have the usual automated defenses that are typical to Imperial military compounds. So you can suspect there's probably not any Spirit Warden barriers in place unless they've done something else to make up for that. And likewise, I doubt they've upgraded anything. So.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if we could reactivate those defenses and make them backfire on the firebugs.
It's possible. Given how long the firebugs have been holed up there, I imagine though they're degraded beyond usability at this point. It's up to you. At least the spiritual ones. Physical ones, who's to say? But regardless, from what I can tell you about the compound itself, it's got a nice little yard and field that they've run training exercises in, from what we understand. It's got a couple of off buildings where they hold events and the like for some of their more private sponsors. And they've got their one major compound that they've converted into a distillery warehouse. Little information I have, it's got 3 levels. The distillery is kept on the top level in the event that anything should go wrong, I suppose. It blows the top off and nothing else underneath needs to be interfered with. The middle level is their distribution center. Anyone who is brought in, that is where their runners, their pushers, and the like get their drugs. And the bottom level is their offices, their paperwork, their administrative front.
The top level compound doesn't have any windows or access points, does it?
It might. If they are, they're probably for sure locked down. There's definitely bars on most of the windows, if not all of them. And as for a roof level access, you can certainly try to look, but I'm not aware of any.
Oh, I wasn't trying to get in through that way. I was just trying to,
Or exit, I suppose.
We could start the job off with a bang, if you know what I mean.
You could start the job off with a bang, but blowing the top off of it might be harder than you think, especially in the wake of what happened in Night Market. Further than that, from what I understand, a fair number of their distribution centers met problems, and so they got better at regulating their distillery and keeping things safer. So to blow the top off that thing would have to be probably a concerted effort from within, and you would have to really try. No loose fireball from the outside is going to set anything off.
Not even if it's their own product?
Especially if it's not their own product. They've definitely put protections in place against that, given how many of them are on it.
Okay. Well, this was useful, and tell me what ways wouldn't be helpful. Which means
anything
not only anything else.
I.e., do you want to burn a downtime with Jeremiah to try to acquire those armor-piercing rounds?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
actually.
So I would say give me another consort roll for that, for the basically amount. And I would be willing, depending on how you roll, you can double the amount if you spend your second downtime as well. But
I think the one downtime would be good. I can also spend coin if needed.
okay. Give me a consort roll.
Another 5.
Another 5. All right. You get enough armor-piercing rounds to pass around to the 4 of you so that each of you have 3 shots of armor-piercing round, maybe. So 12 bullets overall. So you can give 3 to everyone or 12 to 1. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm. I will figure out who's the sharpest shot because I don't think Crow needs a gun.
Crow usually doesn't. It's whoever has the highest hunt rating, because that's what shooting is. Well, hunt is long range shooting, and skirmish is close range shooting. So,
You know, I was joking about trying to find a sniper just to like sit in a tower and watch the entire compound, and now I'm thinking I'm less joking.
let's go to Crow. Crow, you go to do your lovely thing in the college, trying to find Michael's records. So that's a study roll, if I've ever heard one, to say the least, unless you have something else you think would work better. Depends on how you're trying to acquire that information.
I was just going to, like, because I assume Archie has access to at least some of Michael's files, if not all of them. So I was going to use the fact that I spend a lot of time in the offices to go and find them.
Okay. In which case, yeah, that would probably be study. I will give you also a bonus die because of your familiarity with not just Archie, but like the school and all that. So give yourself that bonus die.
All right. These are all just risky standards. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gathering information so that largely doesn't matter at this juncture. It doesn't have any implication.
All right. Bonus die 1. Let's see how this 2 die roll goes.
I believe in you.
Oh,
5.
Okay.
All right. So another 5. So with a
Okay, thank
5, going through the records, you're able to get his academic record, which is pretty good for the most part. His academics are flawless. His behavioral record, not as much. There's a pretty good indication that he has a high temper, and that he frequently would get into bar fights and the likes with other students. He's quick to anger, and usually strikes first. He makes up for his lack of strength with general scrappiness and an unwillingness to ever go down. Like, you can hit him all day, and unless you knock him out, he's just gonna keep getting back up, is the thing. So you gotta knock him out or kill him, or he's gonna keep coming. And frankly, knocking him out might even stop him, because there's, in one record, you see that at one point he kept fighting until the other guy was knocked out, and then promptly fainted, and it was believed that he was basically working on automatic memory at that point, that he was already technically unconscious. So yeah, behavior record, not great. Research record, very good though. And while it shows that he was pretty poor at working with other students and other researchers, his results were unquestionable.
It's like getting a report card from like elementary school. It's like, has difficulty playing nice with others.
He really does. Because of that, though, he didn't really have a lot of friends at the school. So there's not a lot of people you could potentially talk to. And like, in fact, the only person shown pretty much his emergency contact on all of his records is Archibald Dalmore IV, Archibald Dalmore IV, Archibald Dalmore IV, Archibald Dalmore IV. So.
That's really sad.
Is there anything else you were hoping to acquire while you were looking through his records?
I can't imagine he kept records of like his personal experiments with shifting Formula 451 like in a way that was accessible.
Not that you can find here. All of the regular records on Formula 451 are the ones you've already seen before because of Archie. They're the official records, and they're basic documentation and experimentation records of his basic formula. That's all that's here. So.
My only other thing would be if he has like a forwarding address for any mail from the university. Like, you know, when you get those like alumni papers?
Yes, he had a forwarding address. However, it is worth noting that as you go through it, all of the mail that has been sent there has been sent back. You can actually see it's in a pile.
Okay.
So you don't know. So there is an address. You don't know what's there unless you want to go look. You're fully ready, and I would count this in part of the same role if you wanted to go look.
Yeah.
Sure. It is a building in 6 towers that has been evicted and consigned. Is the thing. It's been deemed unfit to live in, and is currently being ready for either renovation or demolishment based on what the Ministry of Preservation determines after full evaluation. So that building's getting inspected. You are able to briefly glance inside, and at base level, it looks fine. I will say, just to give you this information, sneaking inside and kind of working your way up, you realize that the 3rd level is completely burned out, which might indicate why it has been evicted and consigned.
Consigned, yeah. So perhaps that was where he was cooking a different form of pyro, maybe when he was starting. There's nothing on the burned out floor I could grab, yeah? Like everything's kind of destroyed.
It's toasted. I will say what you can see is there is one spot that isn't burned in the shape of a person.
Ooh.
Like a blast shadow on the floor.
Like crime scene style, where like you can
Yeah,
outline the
basically
human?
like it's like an outline, but the outline, instead of being made out of chalk, is made out of ash. Ash and burn scars. Basically, it's the only part that is not burned on the floor.
Yeah. Okay, then I will assume that he has some way which is reasonable to not be burned by things like that. And I think that's probably all I can do. It would be another whole action to like attune here, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is all I can do.
Asher, you go to the Silver Stag to talk to Helene.
My backup home.
Yeah, welcome back home. You go to talk to Helene to maybe get a lowdown on the Jackal. So I'm gonna call that either consort or sway. Goodbye, Parker.
That would be my cat, thank you.
Great, love that.
Okay.
So
which consort or
sway? Sword or sway?
Consort. I had enough of sway last time.
That's so fair. Sway is a little bit more in the moment anyway.
Risky standard. Let's just go with it. There's 2 dice. There's a 5.
Okay, with a lot of 5s today.
Take it.
Where are my 6s?
All right.
Get nervous.
I'm sorry. I meant to give you a bonus die because you're at home. So go ahead and roll another d6 just for kicks.
Hey.
6.
Hey.
All right.
There we go.
There's
There's
6.
So, yeah, no, you go to see Helene. And Helene's like, oh, him. Yes, all right. I mean, he pays well. It's a lot of money on the table, so I can't exactly get rid of him. Obviously, is a bit here more to make connections and the like. I always assumed he's some kind of politician or something, or merchants. No?
No, I'm afraid he may have not helped with the incident that we helped you with at your establishment previously.
Ah,
Yes.
I see. I'll make sure he's barred from entering. And like, actually, she kind of reaches over and says, I think he's here right now.
Really?
Yes. If you wanted to hop on down and take a quick look.
May as well.
Up to you, darling. But
I'll play nicely. Don't worry.
And since I don't want to cause you any trouble, maybe I won't throw him out yet.
No, we
we will perhaps wait until you're done doing whatever it is you and your friends are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, she shows you down to the usual floor for the high rollers that you've gotten a little more accustomed to since becoming her paramour. And you're able to pick him out almost immediately. Shorter man, about 5'5", maybe.
Yeah.
Pince-nez glasses on a very thin nose, dark tan skin with hair bleached and kind of slicked back into the side. He's wearing very, even at this distance, very expensive looking ruby cufflinks. You can see on a black shirt, not unlike the one that I'm wearing. But unlike me, he's wearing instead of paisley, he's wearing a red vest to match the cufflinks, and no tie is open, and he's throwing dice at the dice table, but he's kind of like mostly chatting to the people around him.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
If there's an empty seat, I'm gonna sit down and play a little.
Okay, so you sit down, you play a little. You've played with him before.
Yeah.
Not a lot of talking, mind you. As soon as he realized that you weren't really a mover and a shaker and more Helene's eye candy, he kind of glanced over you. So how are you going about sitting at the table with him? What's your game plan here?
Listening into whatever he's talking about with other people, and it's going to be picking up on what those conversations are,
Yeah.
and then finding a way to interject my own take or opinion, kind of in the sense of just say something to get their attention.
So right now he seems to be in the midst of talking about investment opportunities with two of the people beside him. Specifically that he's got below on a influx of spice that'll be coming into port soon. That'll be getting redistributed, and he's got a fair cut of it. But if they wanted to go in with him, he could get more, and split the profits.
So at some point, then Asher would go along the lines of something. You're thinking too small scale. Keeping it to a handful of people?
Kind of blinks and looks over. Oh, I'm sorry, were you interested as well?
Might be. Tempting to say, but it's, you'll forgive me. I've been listening in a bit, just as I...
Well, I haven't been shy with my voice, mind you, of course.
No.
I tend to talk to individuals, and you know, if anyone else hears that might be interested, I'm not above new investments.
I mean, I think you're thinking a little bit small. It sounds like if you're only going through a handful of circuits to get this spice out to the appropriate places. Not to be at all insulting to the other individuals here, and kind of takes a glance at the others.
This is fair. Did you have suggestions?
There's a number of underground movements that keep doing various interesting things in order to move any kind of product around. Might be worthwhile getting in with them instead.
I'm familiar with some of them. Not a lot of them. Is there anyone in particular that you might have a bend towards? Your particular bias, my lady?
I mean, I do have a handful, but I can't necessarily just drop their names so casually in public.
I suppose that's fair. He kind of pulls out a card and slides it across. If you need to contact me at my office in off hours, you can find me here. And he slides a card across to you that says Benjamin Worth.
Okay.
And it has an address for a law and banking office in Charter Hall.
Cool. Wonderful. Now, please do continue on, but we will be in touch then.
I look forward to hearing your thoughts on that. So you take the card and you make your exit.
Yep.
So before we go to Mort, real quick, Tristero, was there anything else? Because you made a mention of something.
Well, no, I'm good right now.
Okay,
But we do have a name for the jackal at the moment.
you do.
And
Or-
if we want to spend a coin on that, I am down to spend a coin to research this guy.
Mort. That tingle at the back of your mind draws you down into Silkshore. Down, down, down. To an abandoned fighting ring. You've frequented it a couple of times now. You've been trained here in the ways of the hunt. As you step inside now, it's dark. Make your way across the floor, feeling yourself pulled to the center of the ring. As you step into the middle, spotlights flash from four corners, shining onto you. All of them red. There he is! The hunter. Man of the hour. Hello, Mort. And in kind of the stands, leaned back looking at you with his seven eyes, hat cast off to the side, now fully almost seemingly manifested. He's got spiraling horns coming off the top of his head, teeth, excuse me, teeth gnashing and in multiple layers, sharp like a shark's. He looks twice the size of you've normally interacted with him. He was always looked like a large man. Now he looks abnormal, truly demonic, standing maybe 12 feet tall. Who knows how much he weighs at this juncture, and who knows how much force he's got behind that. Along his arms, his skin has started to turn a darker red. And there's symbols, tattoos, dark signs that are constantly shifting like gears and snakes. There he is. Good to see you, Mort.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same for you. You look like hell.
I feel good. And to say I look like hell is a compliment.
I kind of figured.
A lot of good things coming down the pipe, Mort. A lot of interesting things going on with you and your crew.
So, I'm interested. I had planned on coming to see you, but I'm very curious as to why you wanted to see me.
Let me ask you a question, Mort. What is the basis of our relationship? How do you see me?
I see you as a teacher, kind of a means to an end. You have a way to make me better at what I need to do.
And that's the thing. I want to make you better at what you do. But I ain't doing this out the goodness of my heart, Mort. If I even had one of those. I ain't doing this because I saw something divine in you. I'm not doing this because you just piqued my interest. And like, no. You're a tool, Mort. And I don't think that you've ever seen yourself as anything else to my ends, and it's time to pay the piper. It's time for us to meet the grand culmination of our relationship. It's time for you to do what I have fashioned you for. And that's to hunt.
Oh, is this different than any other time?
This time's a bit different, Mort. Because this time, this is the big one. This is the reason I chose you in particular. This is the prey to end all praise for me. You're going after a mark that's avoided me for 10 years. You're gonna go take down the Burn Demon. I marked that man for the hunt, for my hunt, a decade plus ago. Every step of the way, he's been ahead of me. Every watch and every whim. Thought I had him once. Thought I saw him die. He just keeps coming back. It's time to be the grand weapon, Mort. It's time for you to kill. Too much of my power has been invested in that motherfucker for too long. And I've grown, thanks to you. Gotten a good modicum of my hunted power back. Because that's how this works, Mort. I mark people from the hunt, they get brought down, and I get all they were. But the longer they're marked, the more it festers, the more it burns into them, and the more my power is missing, the more of it I'll get back. This man's been gone too long.
Anything that you can, any information that you can give me that'll help me help you?
Ha! Yeah, I got some more. I can tell you. Why spoil the hunt? All you need to know is that he is every bit your match. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to that fight, let me tell you. You got a good piece of me in you. You're strong, Mort. You got the feral bit of me. You got the wild hunt. You got the slow stalker.
I like that. I have every intention of helping you.
As I've been helping you.
What about a few other marks?
Eager for more fiends to hunt?
I've got a few names that I think you might be interested in.
Couple of people for me to mark, eh?
If you fancy.
Sure, Mort. Give them to me. Tell me who they are.
So my thought here is to try and see if we can get marks on the other firebugs that we've had pointed out. I don't know what exactly the hunt would need, because I think I only have the actual full name for Talia, the one that I know. I don't know who else I would have their full name for.
You have Michael Judean.
Okay.
Because you were literally told that by
cool.
And I would say that you talked to Asher at this point, so you'd have Benjamin Worth.
Okay, great. That was the question. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna give those. I'm definitely giving Benjamin, and I'm definitely giving Michael.
Easy enough. I'll see him marked. Anyone else? It's your call, Hunter.
That's it.
Fair enough. I'll see them marked, Mort. I'll see them well and truly done. But for you, my friend, this has been a two-way street. So, you see the Burn Demon and his consortium brought low, and you get my last lesson. You get that true little power of the hunt. And then, well, enjoy it while it lasts, Mort. You know what happens to people who hold my power too long.
Got yourself a deal.
Good. He kind of steps out of the stands into the ring with you, towering over you, and extends one large hand. And at this point, you realize he is not two, but four arms manifested on him. The hand he extends to you, black talons coming out. And let's shake on it. Shake his hand.
Shakes his hand.
Shake his hand. There's a burning on both sides, and in the center of your palm, there is a mark that appears up for both of you as a ghost contract is formed. Make sure it's done, Mort. See that burned demon to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll see it done.
Yeah. The mark, as you look at it, unlike Tristero's, which is the black mark with the eye slowly breaking out of it, this one is gnashing fangs.
Don't like that.
I look forward to it, Mort. And he sees you out. All right. And that is our information gathered. Things are rolling. So, with that, it has only been an hour and a half. However, this game is likely to run long, and we may take multiple breaks today. So we're going to go ahead and take our first break now, and when we come back, we will be diving into the job itself. We will be diving in what's going to happen in Crow's Foot Distillery. Stick around, and we'll see y'all then. And we're back. And before we get into the engagement role and the job, there is one last question. Were you going to spend that coin to look into Ben Worth?
You don't think that'd be worth it?
I mean,
Yeah, I think so.
we're pretty stacked, right?
Yeah. I feel like the coin that's going to get spent is going to tell us, oh, it was a fake name.
Yeah.
Um,
or something.
So do you have a lot of coin in the vault? Do you want to burn
Yeah.
that?
I'm
Alright.
comfortable with that completely.
So we'll burn a coin in the vault. Why don't you all give me a collective study roll? No stress or anything. I just quick study roll from everyone across the board.
You got a 4. Mort got double 6s.
Yes,
I
but
have 0 dice
unfortunately
in that. Yeah.
he had 0 dice, so we don't get to take the crit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we do get to take the 6, however.
Which is so funny.
I will go ahead and say then, Benjamin Worth. The name is probably fake. It's one of probably multiple aliases, but the office is real. Is what you find out. He has an office that it seems that is under the name Benjamin Worth Esquire, i.e. he is, at least this alias of his has a law degree, some respect, or at least he's on the books as having a law degree.
Got their Juris Doctor.
As someone who has their Juris Doctorate, it's not easy. It's the office is real, and it is a real investment firm and legal consulting clinic, it seems like. That said, its list of clientele, from what you can tell, is incredibly limited, and seems to almost exclusively be in the venture of those with connections to Pyro or the Firebugs. So this is probably one of their laundering offices, is what you found. Way that they keep money moving on the down low around, along with being a consulting and meeting place for the people who aren't actually firebugs, but might be more upper scale individuals who help them.
Okay.
It is a small office. It is, from what you can tell, Benjamin Worth, i.e. the Jackal, and his secretary.
Do any of us recognize the secretary?
No.
Just to cover my bases? Okay, cool.
No. In fact, I would say, Tristero, you probably go in to talk to her, just as a kind of base level, I would say. And she's kind of there, and she's looking at a ledger and, like, doing her fingernails with a nail file. Hi, what can I do for you?
I just wanted to see if Benjamin was in. You mentioned I should come in if I wanted to learn about some investment opportunities.
Sorry, honey, he's not in right now. He's not usually in the office. Gives me a good marking of free time. It does. I can definitely take a note for you, though. He usually comes in about once, twice a week. I do most of his reception business.
Yeah, actually, I can. Here, I have a letter for him. Really quick, are we all cool if I leave a letter at his office that just says on the inside of the envelope MVPs?
Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah?
Because like I imagine we're doing this and like that night we're attacking.
Yeah, that's
like-
totally fair. So you leave the letter. She's like, sure, honey, I'll make sure he gets it next time he's in.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. And if you ever need anything, come calling on dear Scarlet, sweetie.
Scarlet, you are a gem.
As are you, handsome.
And I leave the office and say, well, shit. I don't know what I could have pulled from that. Let's go destroy a building. Let's go raise a part of the town to the ground.
So let's talk plan. Let's talk engagement role. Again, this is not a transport plan. I'm just ruling that out right now.
Are you sure?
I'm 100%
But
sure.
is there any way that we can make it a transport plan?
No,
We involve goats.
absolutely not. Save the transport plan for goat heist. Regardless, let's talk what you want to do here. This is one of the few times that it has been viable that you might use assault as an option. Granted, it's not your strength. It's not what y'all usually do, but that doesn't mean it's outside the realm of possibility. You're pretty good at it, suffice to say the least. Deception would be a way to trick your way inside, though it's probably fairly difficult to trick your way inside a military compound that is pretending to be a military compound. Stealth is the old standby, especially with the likes of Asher in your midst, if you wanted to try to sneak your way in and start at the beginning from there. Engaging a supernatural power is an option. You just have to tell me how you're going to try to do it. And then lastly, I mean, social is an option, but I don't see it working in your favor.
Sounds like a bad idea.
I would like to broker a deal with the firebugs.
Well, shit, there goes my finale.
Let's come to an agreement, a verbal agreement.
Look, this town is actually big of us just for the two of us.
We get rid of everyone else.
Band together. Take out
All
all
right.
the other gangs.
No, but what sounds good to y'all? What are you going to do?
Part of me that is legitimately in favor of just trying to blow the entire place up.
Yeah, I was going to say we always go like quietly. Maybe this is the one time to come in with a bang.
We still have that highly explosive pyro,
You do?
that high tier shit.
Mm-hmm. That is an option. If you wanted to do just an assault, the only thing you'd have to detail for me is the point of attack.
Mm-hmm.
I.e., are you going in the front door? Or are you...
To confirm with this, our goal is to just destroy those 4 people or this entire compound.
Yes.
Tristero says burn it to the ground.
The goal is pretty self-determined for you all. Tristero wants to burn the thing to the ground, as does Archie, from what you understand, because you want to end pyro distribution.
Right.
The question is, what is the best way to do that is on you. Do you think it will end if you take down the burned demon, or will someone else step into his place? Or will you have to burn the facility to the ground, take out all of the higher level individuals, and go from there?
This is starting to sound like we're gonna need to take out damn near everybody all around it.
And
Otherwise,
that
somebody's
sounds.
just gonna come up.
Yeah, that sounds to me like sneaking in is a better option. I see if we want to be quick, then we go for an assault plan, and if we want it to be thorough, we should go for a slower plan.
Okay. So infiltration. So what's the point of infiltration then? Where are you sneaking in? How are you getting in?
Did we learn from Tristero's talking to the hive that the top floor has windows?
It does, but there are bars on them.
Ah,
From what you
Yeah, they are
understand.
reinforced.
And it is unknown whether or not there is a roof access exit, though you can certainly try. With all things regarded, if you want to say your point of infiltration is the roof, that is a viable point of infiltration. I will just tell you that I will be putting challenges in your way in consort with that. Like your job, your point of infiltration could literally be that even if there isn't, you could try to just cut a damn hole in the roof if you wanted. But like,
Not opposed.
Yeah,
We
is
do
there?
tend to like the roof.
It sounds like if it's very reinforced, yeah, it'd be difficult to get in through, but also people wouldn't be expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
We could legitimately cut a hole through it too, depending on what we use. We probably have materials on hand that we could. Actually, we do know a saboteur.
I know I usually use a ghost door to get us out, but if we absolutely needed to, I could use one to get us in. I just usually use them to get us out of places.
I think we're gonna
I
wanna
think
keep
the only
that key in our
caution
back pocket for that.
I think the only caution I have against using a ghost door to get in is because the way pyro works is it interferes with the ghost field. So in order to contain any possibility of a issue with the pyro, they probably are defended pretty well against ghost keys.
Yeah.
and it's worth noting, you would know this, that people who are on pyro have a closer attunement to the ghost field, so that might not be as quiet as you
Yeah.
think it would be.
It would be louder.
Ah,
Cutting a hole through the ceiling might be the best bet then.
Okay.
Do it.
All right.
go
So
for
the
it.
point of infiltration is the roof. So let's start with the engagement roll. Well, first, actually, before we start the engagement roll, how about we start with everyone's loadout? You get to determine what your load is. Remembering that light load being undercover, objects hidden, normal load being looking like you're going on a job, and heavy load like you're going to goddamn war.
Safe to say I'm saying heavy.
And
I don't think
for
we're trying to hide.
Yeah, I will say for Asher, heavy does not mean that you're literally weighed down. It's not going to interfere. It just means you're just
Not hiding the fact that I'm packing.
not hiding the fact you're packing. So heavy load. Mort,
Yeah.
heavy load.
Yep.
Bro, heavy load.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's hiding it. And don't forget, Yeah, just keep your stuff on hand because you're gonna want it. And don't forget that y'all do. I don't know if you wanted to mark it ahead of time or in the moment if you need it, but you do have that armor that was given to you with the special. But it's up to you whether or not you decide to bring it.
So regardless of what level of armor we put on, that will be in effect.
Yes.
Cool.
Regardless of what level you put on, that will be effect. Whether it is normal armor, heavy armor, and you do still have your special armor. So you will still have, no matter what armor you bring, you will still have a bonus box for pyro specifically.
Okay.
All right. So, engagement roll with stealth. Let's begin. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
No,
I think it's pretty.
not at all.
I think it's
Sounds
low key.
pretty tame. Yeah.
Super low key, very cash.
+1. So you start with 1, +1 die. Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors? Your goal is to kill 3 to 4 people
Mm-hmm.
and blow up a building. It can be complex depending on where those people are and how you want to get to them, but at its base level, I don't think so. So I'm not going to take a die away for that. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? No. It's the roof. It's not particularly vulnerable or weak any more than it is strong. Is the target strong against this approach? I mean, they have literally fortified themselves down getting ready for you, so I'm taking a die away for that. Can any of your friends or contacts offer aid or insight? I'd say they already have, specifically through Jaimie and the like. So I'm going to give you a die back for that. And as per, no one is interfering with this, so I'm not taking any dice away. Are there any other elements to consider? I'm going to go ahead and say no, because all of the other elements that are in your favor and against you basically balance out. So you have 2 dice on the engagement roll. Let's find out what foot y'all are starting on.
I am scared. Oh, that's
5.
fine.
So you're starting off at risky standard instead of desperate, or so you're not in the best position, but you're not in the worst position. So why don't we begin? And where we begin is not on the roof. You haven't gotten that far yet. Now where we find ourselves, because it is a complex with many walls and the likes around the outside, barbed wire, is how are you getting on the roof? You tell me. What's the plan, gang?
So I think knowing that they have multiple compounds, the distillery being the tallest building, I think it's safe to say we can probably, more or less, like kind of Batman rappel setup.
So you want to rappel from a taller building nearby to it?
Yeah, if possible.
It is possible. Crowsfoot has a fair whack of cheap, tall apartments that were built for low income. They're not the most structurally sound, but they are tall and built to hold a lot of people. So you can definitely rappel from those over. That is going to be a group finesse roll. So the first thing we have to determine is who's taking the stress for that.
I have 2 in finesse, and I have no stress for this job.
3.
No one has stress, actually.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't have any either.
Got some. Should I not have some?
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Mort does have a little bit of stress. Mort's got a little bit of stress.
Did something happen? Did we factory reset? Am I allowed
No.
I don't mind leading the job, leading the action.
Yeah. So you could lead. Wait, actually, I want to check something real quick on someone's sheet.
I have no finesse, but I brought climbing gear.
Yeah. That's climbing gear will help, actually. If you decide to bring climbing gear, that will give you, in this case, a bonus die because we're doing a group roll. So why don't we go ahead and if Tristero is going to take the stress for it, everyone roll me finesse. And if you decide to mark climbing gear on your sheet, you can get a bonus die. All right.
I'm going to go ahead and mark that stress for me.
That's 1 stress for Tristero. And that's 2 stress for Tristero.
Okay.
Total.
That's okay.
However, with unsurprisingly Spectre leading pretty well to the front, Spectre does manage to make it largely silent. There is kind of a bit at one point where Mort actually gets like stuck on the line. Is like starts bouncing it to try to like shake it to get it going. Inspector's like, no, do not do that, and like readjusts the line at the roof to like change the angle, and Mort, you start sliding again. But you do all manage to make it over to the roof. From the top of the roof, there's a lot of things that can be seen. I don't know if anyone wanted to try a survey to gather information from up here. That's up to you.
I could also do that too. It sounds like something Tristero would do before jumping across.
Does anyone want to take a stress to help?
I can help.
Okay. So take a stress. Give yourself a bonus die. Tristero, it is risky standard on a survey.
Nice.
Another 5.
Another 5. All right. So you are up on the roof and you're able to start seeing kind of the layout of the land out across the compound. There are the yard itself seems to have been set up as kind of a military style training ground where you can see a couple of firebugs practicing with pyro, swords, pistols, and the like. There are a couple of people pondering around, moving back and forth. The main individual that stands out to you with a 5, I will tell you, is a dark-skinned woman with large tattoos all across her arms and a very tight braid to her skull that goes down to her back, the braid long enough to reach all the way to just above the small of her back. She is loaded down with 2 guns on either side of pistols slotted, as well as what appears to be a long knife at her side. And she seems to largely be barking orders. This is Talia Hassar. Now with a 5, there is a consequence that you have the option to resist. The consequence here is I'm going to start a clock for detection, for how long it's going to take y'all to be fully detected. You can resist that, of course, but I currently am going to start a clock for detection and click 1 slot into it. So,
how many steps is the clock?
it is 8.
Oh yeah, no. Let it tick.
All right. So we will tick it 1 side. That is a detection clock. All right. But you're on the roof. And from up here, from what you can see, there is no roof exit. There is no trapdoor, and unlike some of your previous jobs, there is no skylight. Is the thing. It's definitely probably not to fire code, to say the least. But it is secure. So what would you like to do?
If anyone has another idea, feel free to jump in. Do I know how thick the roof is?
No. However, if you wanted in your to take the blueprints item from your sheet, I would say sure, but you would have to mark that down.
Done.
All right. So with the blueprints, yeah, the roof is to military standard degree, which means it's about 6 inches thick.
Well, I had an idea to blow through this, but we might actually need to move to another angle. From the roof, do I see any extra doors at all?
Any extra,
just like looking over the roof, do I see like a doorway? Are there catwalks on the outside?
So there's the main door, obviously, is a large warehouse double door style. Beyond that, there appears to be a back door that is smaller, that is along the back of the wall. However, from what you can see, it's from, you don't know about on the inside, but on the outside, it's literally got boards over it.
Mort, Mouth, could you break through the wooden boards over there quietly?
I can sure try.
You would have to climb down, mind you, you're on the roof, and which puts you on the second story, so you'd have to climb down to the ground floor.
Yep. Any way we can refashion some of this zipline stuff to get me down there a little easier?
Sure, absolutely. I'd say that kind of probably goes without rolling. Is everyone going down or just Mort?
Asher's gonna stay on rooftop for right now to keep an eye out for anything, and then pending this plan working, we'll then climb down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Mort's going down. Asher's staying up. Pro, Tristero?
I don't want Mort to be alone, so if Tristero wants to stay up also, I will go down with Mort.
I'll stay up here. I have pretty good eyes, at least, to notice a few things.
Okay. And Mort, you want to try to quietly break open the wooden boards on here.
Yeah.
So to do so quietly would be finesse instead of wreck.
Yeah. So, would you consider a crowbar to be an unusual weapon or a large weapon?
A crowbar should just be on your sheet, actually, as its own thing.
Oh, really?
If I remember right.
Subterfuge supplies.
Yep.
Subterfuge supplies. Okay, great. Cool. So I'll mark those because I wanted to have a crowbar anyway. Great. So would that...
that would give you a bonus die.
Spectacular. That's
So,
all I was going for.
Would
Okay.
give you a bonus die.
So risky standard +1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's roll them bones. Okay.
4. All right. So
Could have been worse.
you're able to definitely get the boards off. Your consequence being it's not as quiet as you wanted, so I take another clock in the detection unless you wanted to resist it.
I can resist that, I think.
Remembering that you do take stress depending on how well you roll to resist it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a prowess resist.
Okay.
6, you take no stress. 0
Here's a
stress.
6.
All right. So you kind of, you very quietly, as with Crow kind of watching your back, kind of pop, 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 start popping nails out and start setting the boards to the side until you've got like a stack of like 4 boards. Testing the door itself, it does still appear to be kind of locked on the inside, but the boards aren't blocking it anymore.
Great.
I brought with me the tinkering tools. Do you use those to pick locks?
I think actually our lovely
Different.
Asher can answer that question.
Oh, I can, yeah. If Mort probably looks up and Asher just knows this look at this point.
It's more burglary gear
Yeah.
than tinkering tools.
But I tend
Bearing
to
in
mark
mind, Crow, I realize you don't have to mark the stuff you brought, only the load. You
Oh!
can declare whatever you bring in the moment based on your load.
I have always done it beforehand.
You never have had to. It's a very in the moment. That's why you mark the load, and then that's how many dots you have to say in the moment. I brought this.
Very honest of you,
Real-
though.
Very.
Real talk, this is why I love the system, is, oh yeah, I've always had a gun. Never used a gun in the past 10 sessions or whatever.
Yeah.
Never needed one before.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I
Oh
usually
my-
just end up taking a ton of armor because that's usually what I need.
Yeah, well, now
Alright.
I know that I've been playing
So-
wrong for years.
So you have So if you wanted to bring burglary supplies to try to pick the lock, absolutely. If you want to gesture for Asher to come pick the lock, that is also an option. It's up to
I
you.
want to gesture for Asha because she's good at
All right.
this.
Good.
Yeah,
Then
I
you-
will climb down.
Yeah. So
Cool.
you climb on down. Asher, give me a finesse roll for popping open that there lock. I assume you're staying on the roof.
Yeah, I'll stay on the roof just to keep a lookout.
All right, is risky standard. Don't forget, you can trade standing for effect. So if you wanted to go your risky standard, if you wanted to go desperate great. I don't imagine this is the role
No,
for
it's
it,
not
but like,
the role necessarily for
don't forget that is an option.
The Tristero special.
Are you serious?
That's a crit.
Hell yes.
That is a crit.
Come on.
So that is double sixes. So Asher, you climb down, take a look at the lock, and you're like, oh yeah, this is like a Mac 5. These things went out of standard like 8 years ago. The reason for that is because to jimmy the lock, all you really need to do takes one lockpick, shoves it in, gives it a one, and just whacks it on the back, and there's just and turns, and it just pops. It's because it's shit.
What you do is magic.
I'm pretty sure that's actually what Crow does, but yeah, no, thank you.
There are different kinds of magic.
Tristero's just like up top trying to be extra aware, like this might take a little while, it's gonna take a few minutes, I just need to make sure.
Pop.
Just gives you the thumbs up.
Holy shit, we're done?
Tristero, meanwhile, going, I'm terrified how well this is going.
Yep.
I'm waiting for the other foot to drop.
Yeah.
So, Tristero, I assume you climb down.
I decided to take a nap. Yes, I climbed down.
All right. So Tristero climbs down. The door to the back is open. It is opened to the middle floor, the ground floor of the distillery section, which is to say this is the distribution center. It has opened into what appears to be a back room you find yourselves in, where there is shelves, just shelves and boxes, and going through them, you see that there's various tools for jobs here, bags for carrying out pyro, soft racks for making sure vials don't touch, empty vials ready to be filled, just like it is the standard tools of the job for drug operations, stuff that you're familiar with from your own distillery and distribution warehouse. It looks distinctly familiar because it's the same style of thing.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, do they have any extra guns around here?
Not in
Like
here.
you said it was
This
for
isn't
jobs, so
This isn't the armory.
damn. Never hurts to ask.
So you're in a back room. You can see there's another door in front of you. It doesn't appear to be locked. Even if it was, it looks like the lock's on this side. So probably easy to open. You can hear movements, talking, a lot of people out in the main section of what sounds like the distribution center. What would you like to do?
Do we want to keep going quiet, or do we want to make an explosive entry?
Do we still have the mask that Jay got us when we infiltrated the other time?
You certainly can.
Mm-hmm. I was going to mark fine cover identity because I still have that Wraith mask.
Yours would be a fine cover identity. Everyone else's would be a cover identity. You would put it under your tools and the likes that you have there. You just, you can just put a plus and put cover identity. Cover identity quotation marks Firebug. It would be one box, so you can mark that as part of your load. So if you all wanted to dress yourselves back up as firebugs, you certainly can.
I think it would almost be silly not to,
Yeah.
Okay.
honestly.
So 3 of you dress up as ghosts, lower rank peons of firebugs. Tristero, you mark yourself up as a wraith, kind of the more middle tier. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mort, find something heavy in here. Something that's heavy but looks like you're moving stuff around.
Okay. Do we
That's-
want to set something that do we want to make an explosive entry, or do we want some way to take care of the things in the lower levels first? Because if we do something too loud, doesn't everyone just evacuate and we've only taken care of part of the problem?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Around, find the targets, get rid of them, and then we can blow this thing to hell. So, unless we think an explosion's gonna draw them all to the same place, but I greatly doubt it.
Yeah. No, the typical crew fashion would be everyone important gets out first. Everyone not important will respond to the explosion.
That said, though, if and when we do decide to go explosion route, not bad to keep somebody by the door with a gun handy.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can sneak around and find a way to lock all the exits before we do anything drastic.
I quite like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my darker thoughts.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crow just kind of gently touches Mort's arm.
I know.
Supportively.
Okay.
Asher kind of goes behind Mort, pats him on the back just in the, like, oh, buddy, that is something. And I'm going to lock that back door.
Yep, that's easy as pie for you.
Yeah.
It is, you lock it better than it has literally ever been locked,
Yeah, that's fair.
is the thing.
That's what I figure.
With that double crit you got earlier, it's like you just relock it and you're like, check the door and you're like, yeah, that might hold better than when it had wood bars.
Yeah. I want that as ours unless we decide to do a different tactic to get out of here, but otherwise I don't want anybody else being able to use it. I am fairly in favor of this plan. Perhaps get the doors taken care of and then we can cause a lot of issues. God. I don't have anything else.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea then.
Okay.
Going off the blueprints, where do I know all the entrances and exits would be?
One behind you and the main one.
Oh.
If there's any secrets, they're not on the blueprints, but
Okay. There's not like a convenient map saying, here's all of our underground entrances
no,
in the storage room. Damn.
unfortunately not.
Mhm.
All right. So I assume with that door locked and your disguise is donned, you're making your way out to the distribution floor.
Mm-hmm. No, let's make it stealthily because they definitely did not see anyone coming in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you all an option. You can do this individually and choose different things to roll on your way out. For instance, if Asher wanted to do finesse, or no, sorry, prowl to do it sneaky, whereas say Tristero wanted to use sway in order to kind of seem like he was absolutely supposed to be in there, kind of a thing. I put it in your hands. Alternatively, we can choose one and do another group roll. It's up to you.
I would only benefit from a group roll, so I'll leave that up to y'all.
So we're doing it separately. Got it.
If I am not particularly good at prowling, I have one, but if we're doing sway and all of us are pretending to be like Tristero's attendants, since we are all lower ranking than he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind the group roll. If we want to do something stealth-wise, I've got 3 in prowl, so...
Yeah.
Got a
That's
cool 0 in both.
I have 1 in sway, 1 in prowl. I'm leaning prowl.
Okay. And do we want to do a group prowl, not individuals? Yeah. All right. So why don't we do a group roll? Who's taking the stress?
I'll take it on this one.
Okay.
This makes sense for Asher
Yeah.
to probably take.
Absolutely. So why don't y'all give me a collectively each give me a prowl. It is risky standard. Don't forget you are allowed to trade, but it's up to you.
Ah.
All right, that is a 5 on Mort. Well done, Mort.
Mhm.
Parker's, we're still.
Also a
Oh,
5.
also a
Mine's
5.
there.
Sorry, it's up there. It's up there.
Mine's
Fair.
there. Yeah.
Fair. Silas got a 1. And Colton Tristero got a 4, which means you take 1 stress.
Okay.
And we use the 5. So, yeah, it's very successful, y'all getting out there pretty quietly. However, the consequence here being that with a 5, there is still a consequence. Someone saw you. I would tick the clock up again.
Bring it up to 3.
No, bring it up to 2 because John
yeah, no, you
resisted earlier.
Resisted the first time, yeah.
I'm fine with that going through.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So we tick that clock up a little bit more on the detection scale. And since you did choose that someone did see you, we're going to see, and since one of you is wearing a wraith mask, that one is going to get particularly called out right now. What are you doing over there?
What's this person's rank?
Looking at them, it's the jackal. Rank is to say one of the 4 people in charge, specifically targeting you. And you know it's the jackal, not just by description, but as soon as that voice hits and Asher's like, shit, and like gives you a double tap on the back.
Yeah.
You, come here, tell your attendants to join the ranks. And as you enter into the distribution center, you can see there is a lot of people in here. Like, we're talking like 20, 25 people on this floor alone, a couple of wraiths, a goodly amount of ghosts, and the jackal who seems to be managing the operation. And he's calling you over particularly.
Okay. Feels like Metal Gear Solid 2 all of a sudden, that tanker mission. Wax is going to take a deep breath and say, yes, sir.
Right. What do you do with your friends? Because he said to dismiss them.
I'm going to...
You have 1 chance to give them a direction.
I'm going to say either lock the front door or find... Either lock the front door or find a way to know where everyone else is. And I'm going to like start waving them away.
Okay. So you kind of gesture them away, and you are called forth by the jackal. You obviously stand taller than him, but somehow he still manages to look down on you. What were you doing back there? I don't remember sending anyone for more goods. We are pretty fortified.
I was checking through the back area. I smelled something off. One of my ghosts thought they heard something.
Smelt something off. You're not paid for your nose.
It smelled like ectoplasm.
And what did you find?
Shattered vials, like rats got in.
So you have your explanation. Rats. Get back to work. We're on a bit of a time budget, you know. We have to make sure everything's ready for our big move.
Yes, sir.
He kind of gestures you particularly over to a group of ghosts that look like they have just finished their job and need direction. What about the rest of you?
We're on the second floor, yeah?
You're on the ground floor, which is, as in my tier list, is the second. It's because there's a basement and an upper floor. The upper floor is the distillery, the basement is administrative, the middle floor is distribution.
Okay, so we are on the floor with the door that we have to lock.
Yes, that is what you were told. Granted in mind, remembering that that door that you've been told to lock goes out to the main kind of grounds.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not outside the compound. There are more people out there, and you already saw that Talia is out there.
Is outside. Yeah.
So, up to you what you want to do. But if you want to lock the door, you can certainly make your way over there. But for the rest of you,
I think
and because it only takes one person to lock a door.
Yeah. But I think we're still better off waiting until we know when we're gonna do the big kaboom and time it properly. Otherwise, they're gonna get suspicious.
I want to go not necessarily alone, but I want to go looking for Michael, and I assume he will be upstairs in the distillery.
Okay. So you start making your way towards the upper floor. Is anyone going with Crow?
I trying to think of where I would be needed most. And
I will tell you, Mort.
Mm-hmm.
Standing now, here, on the grounds, there's a pulse in your back of your head. You can sense at this distance, as close as you are, the mark of the hunt. And that little symbol on your hand itches just a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it is underneath you.
Okay.
That said, that's not your only goal. And
right.
Mort tends to put his friends first, so.
So you're going upstairs to try and find Michael. What are you planning on doing?
Our plan is to kind of go start at the top, work to the bottom, see if I can at least locate everyone. So that way we know if we need to divide and conquer, we can, or if we're able to get them all out in one go, then so be it. But
so you're gonna continue on down.
Yeah, start at the top and then work my way down. We've seen where
Okay.
Jackal is. The Tristero's got him, more or less. We need to figure out where the other. We know. We gotta figure out where the other two are at least.
Well, if I can't be there to protect everyone, I might as well be there to protect one of you. So I'll stick with you.
Okay.
So, Mort will accompany you to go to survey, basically.
So we're all going to the upper levels?
Yeah, because Crow's heading up there too.
Okay. So we're all going to the upper levels.
We might leave Crow, and Crow can just do whatever they want.
Yeah,
to that
true.
individual. That's your kill today.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. In which case, y'all make your way up to the distillery section, and there's ghosts and wraiths constantly moving, so, you don't stand out in this case. I'm not going to require another roll. You just look like more people making your way up there. Getting into the distillery section, however, in the upper floors is another matter. The distillery section might not be the most structurally sound, because it looks like they might have knocked out some of the walls to make it wider. However, they did keep what appear to be most of the load-bearing structures, so it is standing, to say the least. Up here, you can see a variety of individuals moving. The ones up here, they do have masks, but unlike the usual firebug armor and cloaks, they largely seem to be wearing sterility gloves and sterility gowns and for working, they're working with chemicals. There is a large brewery-style distillery in the back that seems to be doing the bulk of the work. However, there are also smaller ones scattered throughout, and they seem to be centralized kind of towards the back wall in one particular place. And then there seem to be various stations where different components are combined to get to ultimately through alembics and the like, to eventually make their way to the brewery station. And then there is a person who seems their entire job is to sit there with vials and go so this is kind of the setup. It looks like certain areas have been cordoned in the sense of not walls per se, but what's the word? When you go into a hospital and they put the temporary walls up, kind of a thing. Basically sheets, dividers, and the likes to keep chemicals from mixing or interfering before they're supposed to keep processes from getting in line. You also see that a large portion of the vials themselves, after they have been corked and put to bed, have been put in a very specific location. They've been very precisely stacked and in a non-volatile, standardized environment where they seem to also be kept in a cooler, like an icebox style thing, to keep them stable. overall, it looks like the process here is a little more safety regulated than the last place you went to.
From here, can we see is Michael like on the show floor?
I'm going to take a survey roll from whoever wants to look. See if you can pick out Michael.
Does anyone have more than 0 in that?
I have 2. I probably am. Oh,
Also
so
have
it's
2.
me or Mort.
It's up to you. Who wants to roll for it?
So could I get? I don't, because it's not what's his face? It's not the Burned Demon. So I don't know if I would get that twinge, but I did ask for Michael to be marked. Would that
You
help me
did.
at all?
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
You would be rolling at risky great effect instead.
Nice.
So you could trade that back down to standard for a bonus die if you wanted, but it's up to you.
I feel like that's more worth it.
Keeping in mind, Mort, that yeah, this isn't a fighting roll, so you don't get your Hunt's End ability right now.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you do, but I would say that in this case with him marked, I would give you greater effect. You could trade that down for a bonus die if you wanted.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the bonus die.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the survey roll then.
Ready? Yes.
It's a 6.
Hey!
We're doing very well so far.
Amazing.
As you kind of scan the room, you notice one guy who seems to kind of be directing the flow of traffic. He is in a mask. His mask a little more ornate than everyone else's. It seems to have been done up in the style of basically like a Italian like jester's mask with a like a longer nose
Like
and
a
like
commedia mask, yeah?
a commedia mask. Yeah, it's a commedia dell'arte mask essentially.
Donnie.
Yeah,
and the
sorry.
like, and he's kind of like it's this one has like a longer nose and seems to be the commedia dell'arte indication of like a doctor, the dottore
Oh,
specifically.
okay.
This is the dottore mask essentially.
Classic.
And he's kind of he's giving instructions, and then at one point someone like trips, starts to kind of almost fumble what they're doing, and he just explodes on them even though they recover. He's like, "You stupid motherfucker, what do you think you're doing? No, you know what you're handling there? That is precious product worth more than your goddamn life. Now get the fuck up and get back to your station." So, what are we doing? Because no consequence here. You rolled a 6, so no one's spotted you yet. No one's called you over to do anything. You just currently look like the shapeless masses of the firebugs. Actually, Tristero, you have been directed to a group of ghosts to give them instructions by the Jackal. What would you like to do?
Middle management training. Real quick, do I notice what all the other ghosts are doing? Like where
A
are they
lot of the
moving?
other ghosts are packaging, getting things ready, pushing things into bags, or conveying product from upstairs to downstairs. Some of them seem to be being given instructions for movements.
All right. Then Tristera's going to say, all right, let's go ahead and keep packing. I need you all to go ahead and take this to the next site. We need to go ahead and get this ready. If not, Jackal's going to have your heads and then shove them all up my ass collectively.
Give me a command roll.
I'm going to push myself for that. I got nothing. And does my take 2. Does my mask give me an extra point in command at all?
It does, yes, because it is a fine cover. So, actually, it doesn't give you a point. It gives you a great effect. So you could go to Desperate Extreme if you wanted.
Oh, I'm desperate now. Oh, I love that even more.
Well, if you wanted to push it from Risky Great to Desperate Extreme.
Okay. misheard the extreme part. Nah, I'll stay risky great.
Okay. Give me that command roll then.
And +1 die. All I need, baby.
Whoa!
Is this
All I
six?
need, baby.
So the
Yay!
ghosts kind of like
Incredible.
straighten themselves up and they're like, yes, sir. Right away, sir. Is anything, which, they kind of like are like, which products, which bags are ready for taking things, and you kind of just give them a very general direction, and they kind of like start grabbing bags and leaving the facility.
Yeah, no, fucking get to it. Come on.
Okay. So after you're like started giving them directions, the jackal seems to have taken his eyes off you now. He's got bigger fish to fry, bigger things to worry about. So what are you doing?
I really want to convey the point that I have no idea what I'm doing. So like every other manager, I am yelling at them to do something.
You fit right in.
But yeah, I want to basically start like pushing them along, but I want to keep the jackal in my eyesight.
Okay.
Just in case. And just out of curiosity, can I know what the quality is of the product? Is it like the high grade?
High grade.
High grade. It is there. It seems to be, from a brief glance, this isn't the overly volatile stuff that's been cut with the seawater and the like in order to make it. This seems pretty like well manufactured, good grade, standard pyro.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna keep that moving, but just in case, I'm gonna like keep looking at.
All right, so you're gonna keep an eye on the jackal while conveying that you are a wraith, giving orders who doesn't actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So back upstairs then. What are you lot thinking to do?
Alright. Target one found. Crow, do you want to do what you did to the last one?
That was my plan. I was wondering, do you want me to do it in the like here in the middle of everything, or do you want me to get him separate first? I'm fine with either.
I don't see any downside to doing things as stealthily as possible until we have to.
Well, it is time to then draw the ire of the easiest person I've ever seen to get angry.
We're gonna head downstairs. Once you're done up here, let's try to get everybody meeting at the back door.
Yeah.
All right, so Asher, you're heading downstairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna head downstairs to kind of lock the front door kind of along the way, and then see if I can see Tristero and get his eye. Great. If not, we're gonna be heading down to the basement.
I'm going to say give me a prowl roll for that.
Okay.
It is still risky standard.
Yep.
Incredible.
That is a crit again.
What the hell?
I have 3 dice. I'm just good at this stuff.
you blend into the crowd.
Yeah.
You just blend in like it's
Perfect.
nothing. You get by the door, and it's a simple matter of you look at the door and you're like, you turn the lock on it to give it a lock, and then you shove the metal bar that bars it in place just so quietly, like it was like made for this or something. Like, doesn't even make a noise as you put it into place. And as you do that, you also notice that there's a nail, like the doorstop nails to put it in, and you kind of kick that down as well. So anyone who tries to get out of here, they're gonna have to kind of go through a bit of a process to get through. And no one's getting in,
Cool.
to say the least.
All right.
And you're
I'm
able to catch Tristero's eye, is the thing, but
Okay.
you're making your way to the basement. The administrative section is the ground.
Yeah, that's gonna be kind of the next step, because if once chaos breaks loose, I'm hoping Tristero can use that to do what needs to happen on this level, and then what remains is in the administrative area.
All right, and Mort, you're upstairs.
I was hoping to continue on accompanying part to.
Okay, so you're going down. So
Yeah.
so only Crow is upstairs. You're going down to the admin level with Asher. Okay. So before things start popping off, let's talk where everyone is. Tristero, you're on the main distribution level, pretending to be a middle manager and doing so very well.
No one's allowed to take vacation days. It's gonna hurt the team. Think about the team.
No
You're
unions for anybody.
you're playing a great middle manager at a startup. You start kind of and you're kind of barking orders here or there. Crow, you're up top in the distillery section with the angriest individual you've ever seen in your life, and that's saying something, because you've seen students at final season. Asher and Mort, you take the steps down into the administrative section, and this place, you're in a hallway with a lot of doors. You don't know where they all go. Probably offices. Mort, if you wanted to get a closer bead on where the burned demon is, that would be a hunt roll.
Okay. I can absolutely take that. It makes sense to do so. So I'm
Not a
definitely gonna
single
take you up
devil's
on that.
bargain this entire
I
game
know,
so
we
far.
were-
Yeah.
I forgot about them
Listen,
actually.
I'm
Listen.
ready. I'm ready for one.
I
I'm
only have one
hoping.
more eye.
I'm
Oh, I got
hoping
one.
I can get a bonus die for the mark on this as well.
Yep.
And then I think it makes sense to push myself as opposed to taking a devil's bargain.
All right, so push yourself. So give yourself 2 stress and take that bonus die.
Okay.
And then you're currently on risky standard. Did you want to push for desperate great?
Consider.
Cole.
What if you did it?
I was
mean,
just watching
Don't forget,
Cole.
you do get experience points for it too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure. I'll go for
right.
desperate great.
All right, so mark that experience point in insight.
Cool. Desperate great 2 bonus die.
Yep. That is a 6.
Hey.
Okay.
Very good. So you
Okay.
take a moment, concentrate. You can almost hear that voice, but he's not talking to you right now. No, this is just your thoughts, your consciousness speaking to you. It's not words, it's a feeling. The hunt's always been in you, Mort. As you do it now, it kind of manifests itself like a trail of blood that you can sniff out ahead of you. The scent, it's weird, actually, to you. It smells like it's irony, coppery, like blood. You can almost see it. There's a couple of other things about it, though. It's a little brackish, almost like seawater, just had an undercurrent in it. And there's something familiar about it. There's a hint of a smell that you can't quite touch on. Stirs a memory, but not one that you can pull to the forefront, not now. Regardless, the trail before you is clear, and it leads to the last office on the left.
Okay. So is this the bottommost floor? Is this like the
This
basement
is the
floor?
bottom.
Great.
Yep.
I imagine it started as Asher going down, and then halfway through this passageway, Mort just kind of like moves ahead, and she's just like, shit.
I think I have the enough lucidity within my hunt to turn around and kind of try to assess to see where, because we want to destroy this whole building. Ostensibly, if we could find a spot to
The
blow
keystone
up.
point.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah,
Similar to where you took down the previous building.
exactly. Want to take a cue out of Wick's book.
Yeah, I can tell you, based on your knowledge of wrecking things and from talking to Wick and the like, military standard buildings are a bit different than your random warehouse and night market. They're not built to have a key point that comes down. They're built to be structurally sound all the way through for the most part. If you wanted to take this place and collapse it, it would take multiple bombs at multiple points.
Mm-hmm. what is our? We're using some particularly explosive pyro, right?
You have some
Yeah.
on you if you choose to have brought it. Depends who brought it, but you can say you have it if you want.
Tristero, I haven't actually decided yet.
Was that our primary plan?
It was one of your main options for blowing things up previously, is what you said.
Also, we
Okay.
could just make this place to a giant OSHA violation. Pretty easily,
I'm
I
not
would
sure
say.
the basement is necessarily where we'd want to start that fire, though. I think it'd be more on the main level because we'd
Okay.
catch the most amount of people that way, and anybody trying to escape from the basement wouldn't be able to because fire. And if Crow's able to chaotically tear down the top level, then they just removing all access points.
Mhm.
I love it when this group talks about mass homicide.
It gets real dark in here.
Yeah, we got real dark with the season finale. I don't know when that happened, but
Go
I
out
think
with
a lot
bang.
about the fact that Crow left the flock because Skurlock was doing too many a murder.
it's fair. This doesn't sit great with Asher. Asher's just like,
Yeah,
I don't know how I'm dealing with this right now.
We're definitely done after this one. This definitely
Yeah.
isn't going to awaken anything in anyone.
Look,
No,
all we need to do
definitely
is just
not.
one more mass homicide, and we're good. We're off forever.
Technically,
This
the
is-
last one wasn't even really our fault. That one's on Wick, right?
That one's
Listen,
on Wick.
Out of
Off
sight,
my
out of
conscience.
mind.
Okay.
All right. So, but you do know that, yes, if you want to be the one who has it, you can have that explosive vial of pyro. Whether or not you choose to detonate it or inject it.
Okay.
We should
I
not
don't
have
know-
given it
I
to
don't know about that,
Tristero.
but I think it makes sense for me to have it.
Okay.
So if everyone's cool with that.
Yeah, we do
I
have 3 extra vials, so 1 to you, and then 2 is floating in the air. if we
Sure.
decide to declare it.
Yeah, I'll definitely take one.
All right. So, are you following the blood trail though, Mort?
Yes, I am.
All right. So, Mort, you go up, follow the blood trail. Asher on your heels.
Yeah.
Let's start back up top with Crow. Show me what you got.
Okay, so what I'm planning to do is kind of 2 parts, so I'm not sure if you want me to do them separately.
Tell me what you're doing.
Firstly, I want to get Michael's attention, which is not going to be hard because I'm not good at a job I've never done. And then I want to, once I have his attention, I want to attempt to summon all of the ghosts of everyone who has died because of his experiments.
Oh.
That second one I can give you a help
Okay.
guy on.
Yeah.
If you
So
would
that
like.
first one isn't hard. It's not even a roll. You go over, you pick up a box of empty vials, and you drop it.
Oh,
The sound of shattering glass just makes everyone stop for a moment. The entire floor just freezes. They all, you can feel all eyes on either you or Michael. And there's a breath, everyone's holding their breath. And then everyone turns away back to what they're doing as Michael charges forward, basically, knife hand at the ready. At you. You dense, idiotic, clumsy-fingered, massive, poor waste of space. You are a gherkin short of a fucking hamburger. What the absolute ever-living, god-smacking shit are you doing? You're a disgrace. What? I don't even have the words for this. Maybe I just turn your fucking blood into the next batch. How does that sound? Huh? It'd probably be of more use to me that way. It's a good little experiment. You start using, there were some of us that were using that seawater as its base. What if we use blood? Blood has got a lot of salt and iron in it. I'm sure that we would have some wonderfully interesting effects. And he's just going off on you.
In the middle of him talking, I am going to say, well, I know from experience that you like experiments, but not when other people are involved. And I would like to attempt to summon all of the ghosts of everyone who has died because of his work.
Okay. So, Crow,
Yes.
you begin summoning the ghost. So that is going to be an attune roll to
Yes.
start, obviously. So it's going to be an attune roll. You are still at risky standard right now. Currently, there is a lot of ghost field energy that pushes its way through here because it's aggravated by the manufacturing of pyro. There's a lot to pull on. So I'm actually going to push you to risky great just to start.
Okay.
Additionally, do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Do I get to give you one?
You are welcome to suggest them. There's always open to suggestions. If you don't, I of course have one, but if you wanted the bonus die.
Either way, I'm fascinated to hear what yours is. But I think reasonably the one for this would be that doing this, like, Crow will always be aware of all of the suffering that this is going to cause, because the people who are in here are going to die also, and so as he is using the ghosts of Michael's victims to torment Michael, the victims who will die here will torment them, would be mine.
And that would take time and energy to get rid of them, because that's literally downtime action is getting rid of ghosts that haunt you. That's a good one. The one that I had to offer for you was that in doing this and the like, you start pulling on all of the emotions and feelings of the ghosts of everyone that he has experimented on and has that ended in their deaths, and that your emotions will now be, for the rest of this job, motivated and colored by them and not yourself. It's your choice.
They're both so good.
I feel like you're in one of two free quirks, no matter which way you go. Like,
Will I receive the haunted quirk or the unstable quirk?
This is the one that has no quirks currently, so honestly...
Well, I mean, like, it's not
That's
like
fair.
you're going to actually get a quirk.
No.
Everything here is temporary, but
Yeah.
emotionally, you'll have a
Get
quirk.
emotional trauma.
you'll have some nice emotional trauma. Might lead to, in the future, if you do get a quirk, the choices to be made.
I think... sorry, were you going to say something?
I was gonna say I still want to make sure you know I'm also gonna get, if you would like it, I can also give you a free aid on that, and it's just giving you the entire list of names of every victim that lived in that building.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah,
think-
that's a bonus die for that.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of my calculating.
Yep.
Or whatever it is.
I think Crow is tired of being nice. And they are going to take the emotional influence of all of the ghosts.
You tired of being nice? Don't you want to go ape shit?
Yeah. It's time.
Yeah, it is time. All right, so 2 bonus dice, one from Tristero, one on the Devil's Bargain. You are currently at risky great. You can push that to desperate extreme if you like.
Yeah. I am going to have 5 dice. I might as well.
All right, give me desperate
Famous
extreme.
last words.
So give yourself,
I know.
mark the experience point and resolve for that, and roll me 5 dice. Desperate extreme.
Time for the play-by-play.
Oh my god.
That is a 6.
Oh!
That is a lot of 2s, but that is a 6.
Dice number 5 was the 6. Like the
Yes.
last one.
So you channel all of that energy, all of that rage, all of that indignation starts pushing through you, and you open a ghost door from yourself. You use yourself as the channel in this moment and summon forth not 1, not 2, not 10. 33 ghosts are called into being here. And in that moment, that flood of emotions, everything that pushes through you, your mind is almost blank with rage, indignation, loss, despair, and vengeful cold iron at your soul. As you do, the force of it is strong enough. Your mask is not staying on. I hope you know that. No. Your mask falls off, the hood that went with it flying back, and the hair of Silas kind of almost the curls out, and as this ectoplasmic energy channels through, ghosts start to rage around you, and as it comes off, Michael's own mask is thrown aside, and he's the ever-living fuck. Silas! Back on the middle floor, Tristero, you hear from the upper floor. You hear there's almost a pulse of energy goes out, and there's a shattering of glass from all of these ghosts. Any window that was up there, the bars are intact, the glass is not. Shattered outward from the top, and you can feel that reverberation, and it causes the entire building to shake for a moment. Everyone, it loses their footing just for a second. In that moment, Jackal looks up and is like, what in the ever-living fuck is going on up there? What has that fool of a scientist done this time? Tristero, what are you doing?
It has officially popped off. I will immediately go up to him, like very casually, like start ordering ghosts. And as soon as I get close, I am going to pull out the dagger of retribution that we stole from that one place and stab this motherfucker.
You still don't know what that does.
Nope.
Who cares?
Who cares? All right. You pulling out the dagger.
To think about the consequences of my actions.
Mark that down as an unusual weapon, and give me a skirmish roll.
Sweet. Devil's bargain for you. I get possessed by it.
The dagger?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no, because I know what the dagger does and you don't.
Shit. Okay.
So that's not something that is on the table. Devil's bargain for you. You are now marked by the Demon of Vengeance.
I'm down for that.
All right.
Yeah. And you know what? I really want this to work out well for me. What's my position in effect again?
Currently, you're still in. Well, with that weapon, you're at risky great.
I would like to push it to desperate extreme.
Okay.
And
all right,
two
just
bonus
there.
dice.
Wait, where are you getting the bonus dice?
I pushed myself once.
Okay. And
with
then
Devil's Bargain. I took that.
Yes. All right. So, okay. 2 bonus dice.
Mm-hmm. I also rolled a 6.
That is a 6. All right. We'll come back to the consequences of that in just a second. Mort, you open the door. You open the door?
I do.
All right. So, Mort, scent of blood, strong. The hunt has taken a hold on you. You're still yourself. You're still lucid, of course. Asher at your back, and you know you would do anything to protect your pack. The door is locked, but it basically crumbles beneath your hand. You don't pick the lock. It just breaks. It swings open. As you do, the figure standing in this office, piece of paper in his hand, standing as tall as you, Mort, stops, pauses, turns around. You can see his shoulders twinge a little bit. His skin is pale, sleeves rolled up just past his elbows on a white shirt. As he turns, you can see that the collar of it is open. There's a jagged scar on his neck in a circle along it. He's not wearing a mask. It's on the desk. As he looks at you and turns, large mustache, brown dusty hair, and very, very pale eyes. Hello, Mort. As the face of your father, Jacob E. Morrison, looks back at you. And we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. So we will pick back up with all of that. So we will see y'all in just a few minutes real quick. Back. Leaving on a very, shall we call it, dramatic note, to say the least. With our tensions running high, ghosts flying in the building, and a knife being brandished and stabbed into one particular motherfucker. But let's start with Mort and Asher in the basement. Been a long time, son.
Who the fuck are you?
Jacob E. Morrison.
That's not possible. They confirmed the kill.
Of course they did. That's the point. Interesting things happen to a body under the effects of pyro. Its main effect isn't the fact that it burns, creates fire. It's that it connects you to the ghost field. What do you think happens if you die with pyro in your system?
I don't particularly care to find out.
Most people burn up. Burn to ash. In fact, 99.99% of cases it does. 0.01% and you wake back up.
Where is Mom?
Your mother? She's put on the first train out of here. She's not here right now. She's not even in Duskfall. As soon as they thought I was dead, I had it arranged. I got her out of the city. Her and your sister. She's in Takarosi, as far as I know.
Good.
A lot of interesting things going on here, Mort. Can feel a swirl of ghosts up above me. Probably your friends. Got a sense also. One of you brought an artifact with a close connection to demon, like.
You are hooked into some wacky shit, aren't you?
Feel a lot of things, Mort. Things you can't even begin to describe. See a lot of things. That's why I can see you where you look right now. Manifestation of the aura of claws across your hands, the horns on your head. I know
Didn't
where
ask
you are.
for that.
Didn't you? You can see me too if you try. He kind of displays his hands, and for just a moment, the hunt pushes itself through you. And you can see on him, there's also like an aura of claws across his arms. He doesn't have horns, but there's jagged fangs similar to his mask on his face. And the set, 2 more sets of eyes, so that he doesn't have 7, but he would have 6. You're the killer. I'm the stalker.
Got themselves deep inside of you.
Long time. It was useful at first. the hunt always comes calling, Mort. See that for yourself right now.
I'm counting on it.
It's the way it was always going to end, Mort. But I owe you. I owe you a modicum of respect. At least as my son. You're always a smarter kid than you gave yourself credit for.
Luckily, I don't owe you shit. What exactly was our entire childhood? What exactly is Mom up to out of town? What exactly does she have my sister wrapped up into? What was our entire childhood? Just a front for this bullshit drug that's ended so many lives?
No. No, your childhood was the best I could provide. But I'm not a good father. Not fit to be one. Never wanted to be one. A lot of pressure from my father, your grandfather, who you never met. Continue the family lineage. Old money, as they say. Never wanted a wife. Never wanted kids. Had to have them anyway. So I did the best I could to provide. But I wasn't gonna be there. Not one for hugs, bedtime stories, and the like. You got the start you got. You got enough of me in you. End up here. No, I was always interested in leading. Military wouldn't take me, though. Not after that fun little incident involving one of their generals. The next best thing in Duskfall is the streets. Didn't need to make a fortune, Mort. We already have one of those. I was always doing this. This is what I enjoyed.
Since you never wanted to be a father, why don't I go ahead and end that for you? And I am going to rush at him with my crowbar.
Okay. So we're going to call that a skirmish roll when we get to that.
Yeah.
But briefly, we're going to go back to the top. Pro, ghosts are swirling. They are ripping through modicums and manufacturings and devices. Brewers are being literally torn asunder. 3 of them are trying to make their way towards Michael, aka Vial Smasher, but living up to his name, he's pulled out 2 vials of pyro, and you watch as he double fists into his thigh and then starts lashing out with fire, burning away ghosts with his control over the ghost field. What are you doing? If you're saying anything, I can't hear you.
My mic was muted externally. Sorry about that. Is this the sort of thing, like, because I know lightning hooks off mostly fog ghosts. Can I use them on people?
Theoretically, it's a hook with some electricity running through it. It's not the best weapon, but it would do the job. Keeping in mind, maybe you're not thinking fully straight right now because you are enwrapped in anger and despair of the ghosts. Quick thing though, if you wanted to do a skirmish roll with something like that, full on, absolutely. You have given yourself over to these ghosts right now. They are a weapon for you. If you wanted to try using a tune and to direct ghosts literally through and to attack him, absolutely.
I would much rather do that because I don't have anything in skirmish. So.
All right, go ahead and
also, I do want them to get the final blow. I feel like it is deserved of them to get their retribution.
All right. Go ahead and give me a. Go ahead and give me an attune roll. You have our. We are no longer in a risky position, everyone.
Are
We are at desperate.
Oh yeah.
Everyone is in
Yeah,
desperate
that makes
position.
sense.
It's desperate straits. Things are breaking. Things are falling apart. Fire is starting to be flung. We are in a desperate position. You're still in a standard effect, though.
Okay. I don't imagine you have a devil's bargain for me at this stage, do you?
At this stage,
Hmm.
currently, your devil's bargain is. I'll have a standing devil's bargain. Every time you use a ghost to make an attack, right now, you take a little bit more of that ghost into you. I will start a clock. If that clock ticks all the way up, you become possessed.
I will take that.
Okay. Actually, yeah. Put this one over here. Also, I can delete this clock because you're not stealthy anymore. Sorry. All right. So, Devil's
Detection
Bargain.
complete.
And we're going to put one tick into that clock. So go ahead, roll me an attune roll with bonus die for the Devil's Bargain. That is a 5. All right, so you grab one of the ghosts. This one, a burn victim who looks like they spent their last days in agony, probably in a hospital ward, and push it through him. You definitely slam a good hit through him, and you can see him start to ache and tremble. And his mask has also fallen by the wayside. His sleeves rolled up, and you can see part of his little bits of his veins starting to turn black, like he's necrofying from the inside out as you push this energy into him. But he immediately turns on you and counters. The consequence here being is a gout of fire coming right at you for a level of pyro harm. You can choose to resist it, which would be a prowess resist, or you can use your free square on your armor.
I will use my fire armor for this one.
All right, so go ahead and mark the 2 dots for armor on your, because those 2 dots indicate how heavy it is. You have to mark both of them. So it's the same for climbing gear. You need to mark both. So that's how much you've used to use that. So you've used 5 out of your 6 load currently. So the fire goes through, and you, thankfully, with Archie's armor that he's given you, with his treated with the repellent, the fire wafts off for a moment, and you manage to push yourself through it. You're not going to be able to do that again, as the kind of sealant on it has burned off, and it'll have to be retreated, but you're still in this. Going down to Tristero. Tristero, you got a 6 on your skirmish to stab him.
On a desperate extreme, too.
On a desperate extreme. So here's how this works, Tristero. Dagger of Retribution does a lot of damage. But you have to resist its effect, where it reflects that back onto you as well. It is the Dagger of Retribution, because when you go to dig a grave for vengeance, you better dig 2. So it would be a prowess. So the fact of the matter is, with a 6 on a desperate extreme, you are going to stab him in the heart. He is going to die. And it is a prowess resist for you to resist the effect of that. So you would resist. Remember, if you choose to resist, you automatically resist it.
Mm-hmm.
But you roll for stress.
Quick question. Would my served cold feature, my new feature, help out? My new ability?
He hasn't harmed you.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, I'm still going to resist that. Prowess, you said, right?
Yeah, give me a prowess resist.
I'll take a 5.
5. All right, so you take 1 stress. And yeah, that dagger comes out. He does not have time to respond. The words in his mouth are coming out. What the ever-loving gods' names are you all doing right now? And he freezes. and he looks down to this dagger that honed in to his heart. It slid in the easiest thing in the world. And as it did, sir, you could feel the energy of the dagger ripple through you, and you just a shock of temporary pain. No long-term effects. That dagger digs into the very heart of him. What? Who?
It's nothing personal. It's just business.
You son of a...
Oh,
And
stop
blood
talking.
starts to pour out of his mouth. And as he falls, the dagger, which you used, crumbles to ash in your hand.
Oh,
Oh.
It was a one-time use, I am sorry.
it's okay. Worth it.
You never analyzed it. You just fucking used it. So,
I didn't have time. We only had so much time before the season ended.
and as he hits the ground, he did have pyro in his system. He starts to catch on fire. A burning blue flame that starts to catch on the various bits of the warehouse around you. We will come back to that. Yes?
I was gonna say, I kind of want to throw him onto the rest of the pyro that's over in the corner over there.
Sure. Sure. I would call that either a skirmish or a finesse.
Either or works for me. I'm down.
Yeah. I mean, devil's bargain here is you take a level of harm because he's on fire. But, like,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
so if you want to take one level of harm for burned, sure. Keeping in mind that the consequence of this, depending on how you roll, might be another level of harm.
I got armor.
Sure. Go ahead.
I love looking up into the Zoom call and just seeing everyone's like very concerned faces. Y'all left me alone.
You're an adult!
I thought you were better. You're talking about the theater. You sounded like less of a death wish.
Oh, I plan on living. Just,
I don't
I'm
know
gonna have
if
a
the
couple
rest of
extra
us are going
scars.
to.
Yeah.
All right, give me a finesse roll.
Finesse, position, effect, desperate.
Desperate standard.
Perfect.
So don't forget to be marking your
Perfect.
experience, by the way,
Yep.
for all of
Crit.
these. That is a crit. Okay.
Oh!
So you grab him, just like you manage to avoid any part of him that's already caught on fire, and just fucking chuck him into the nearest table of pyro. He hits it, and there's a boom. All of you can hear it. Fire starts to spread on the main floor like wild. Tristero, there is fire everywhere. People are scrambling, panicking. Some of them are starting to run for the front door. The front door is locked, but they have the ability to unlock it. Like, you didn't bar it, but it's gonna take them a little bit to get there. So we'll come back to you, Tristero. Mort and Asher. Mort, you came down. Is this a skirmish or a wreck?
I think it is skirmish.
Okay.
That's where I'm at with it.
Give me a skirmish. Give yourself a
Okay.
bonus die because he is marked.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy, Mort.
Okay. So we're desperate standard.
Yep, desperate standard with a bonus die, or you can be desperate great without the bonus die because of your ability.
Let's. Yeah, let's go for desperate great.
Okay.
No bonus die.
So a greater effect on him. No bonus die. Do you want to push yourself or offer a devil's bargain?
You hit me with a devil's bargain.
Okay. Devil's bargain. Whatever his next action he takes is, you are unable to use your bodyguard ability.
But I like my bodyguard ability.
doesn't mean that you can't still step in to take the consequence of something for someone,
Sure.
but it does mean you don't get the bonuses.
I'm just less good at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, sure. Yes. Great. Yep.
All right, so give yourself a bonus die for that. You're on
Okay.
Desperate Great Effect.
Can I yell something to Asher as I'm
Sure.
going? Great. Get up there and make sure no one leaves. Is what I say.
Oh god.
Ooh.
That is a 4, which a 4 is fine. It's the same as a 5. It just means there's a consequence.
Okay.
The consequence here, so you definitely get in, you get a good hit on him. As you go to hit on him, the crowbar disappears from your hand, and in its place, your hand becomes a claw. And you rake across his chest with black talons that dig in, and as you do, he doesn't bleed red. He bleeds blue. And it smells vaguely of ozone. And as it cuts into him, the consequence here being, always, see, you always leave your biggest weakness open, Mort. Your sympathies. And there's a large blunderbuss gun that kicks up from the floor, and he fires it towards Asher.
Yeah.
So in this case, you can obviously step in, Mort, to take the consequence here. You do not get your bonuses, and you can still resist the harm, or you can have it hit your armor.
Yeah, I'm definitely stepping in. That's
Okay.
for certain. Yeah.
All right, so you're stepping in to take, this would be level 2 harm.
Great.
So are you going to use your armor?
Yes.
That takes it down to level 1 harm. Do you want to use your heavy armor, or do you just want to resist the consequence and roll for a prowess resist at that point?
Yeah, I'm gonna use 1 level of armor and then roll to resist the rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a prowess resist.
Okay. And that's just flat.
Just flat. Yep.
Yes.
6. You take no stress. So your gun, the gun comes up. You, as it goes poof, blunderbussing towards Asher, you step out, arms over your face. Your arms, the ones protecting your face now, lined temporarily with scales that instantly disappear as the bullets flake off of it and hit the armor and kind of rip through it a little bit. Then you push it down. Asher, you are fully free and clear if you want to book it.
I don't want to, but I also do want to, because staying alive is nice, and that is a whole... I don't know if I can do anything useful in this. Kind of wish I was better with guns. I am gonna book it back upstairs.
Okay, so you start booking it back upstairs. Asher, you get upstairs. You see Tristero standing there, blood on his robe from stabbing the man in the heart, because turns out that's a big organ. And
Don't worry, it's not mine.
Yeah. And then a lot of fire everywhere. Tristero kind of standing in the middle of it, brushing himself off after throwing this man onto the vials of pyro. Everything is burning. People are running to the front door to get out. What do you do?
Mort's downstairs. He's fighting his dad. His dad's in charge. Where's Crow?
Last I checked, still upstairs. His dad. Wait,
Fuck.
you go upstairs. I'll go downstairs.
Yeah, no, done. And I start making my way up to see if I can get Crow.
All right, so you go upstairs to where Crow. You get upstairs to where Crow is. Crow is like standing as a spirit medium at the heart of this. Spirits whirling in a tornado around them, facing down against a man who is double fisting pyro right now on either ends. It is made for a whirling cataclysm like the apocalypse right now. Any of the people who were up here are fleeing.
Yeah.
They are running to the middle floor where the door is,
Yeah.
unsurprisingly. So it's a bit of a struggle to get up there, but you do manage to get up there where Crow is. You are in time to watch as Crow. What are you doing next? And Asher, you are fully in the capacity to do something as well. Tell me what you're up to.
I want to see where Crow is going with this, and the cataclysm that's surrounding this whole situation. Is it more of a spiritual nature, or is it having a physical effect on the world?
Both.
Okay, cool. And do I think Bile Smasher has noticed me?
No.
Excellent. My plan is while Crow is there, I am going to then move around, see if I can't get behind the fucker, and see if I can't just stab him in the back. We're going tried and true to old method here, old school.
That is a prowl roll that I need from you. Crow, what are you doing? You're muted again.
Do I see Asher coming in?
You sense Asher coming in.
Can I use my action, so to speak, to keep everything's attention on me so that Asher has an easier time doing what they are doing?
That would be a help. So Asher would get a bonus die with what they're doing.
So I'm just going to essentially like get spiritually louder.
Start throwing more and more ghosts at him.
Yeah.
All right. So you throw more and more ghosts at him. He's burning them away with pyro and still trying to occasionally throw a gout at you, but you're keeping him distracted enough. Asher, prowl roll. You get a bonus die for the help. You are in a desperate standard position currently. Mm-hmm. Is there anything you would like to do to give yourself a little help here?
Great question. So it has been...
It's been...
Yeah, you know what? All right. I think this is the moment where it's... how many times am I going to use it against you? Whatever. I think as I'm like going around, I'm actually going to focus on this fucker and use my after shadow to get a real good read on him.
First aura read. Yes.
Exactly.
So as you're in the midst of this spectral cataclysm, it's almost unconscious and out of your control the first time it happens as the eye flares up and you can see everyone in front of you for what they are at the heart of them, just for a moment. Mm-hmm. The one that you're training your eye on, though, is Michael.
Yeah.
In the background, you can still see Crow. And much as living up to their name, their aura that surrounds them does seem to be a carrion crow. One the size of a vulture, though, preying down. The other thing, though, about that aura is that looking closely, it is a crow on strings, like a puppet. And while 4 of them have been snapped, one still connected to the head remains.
Interesting. I will save that for later.
On the fact of Michael in this moment, Michael looks in his aura like the angriest thing that you could possibly imagine, which is an entitled white man.
Ah, yes.
He
my favorite thing to bring down.
His aura is largely himself, but constantly in a state of rage, constantly in a state of anger, but also he isn't bloated in this sense. He's not like overly muscular, like his anger is giving him power. He would be arguably he looks almost emasculated more than anything, thinner, unmuscled, like an angry child.
Perfect.
And right. Reading that in the heart of him, you understand that for him, his anger has never been anything but his shield, and that he has spent his entire life angry against the world and unable to do anything about it.
Perfect. Sees that, hones in on that, exactly the type of person that I know I need to bring down. And just goes and yeah. So I've got that helping me because that'll give me a +1
That'll-
die.
+1 die for that.
Yeah.
+1 die for Crow's help. You are in a desperate standard position. You can trade a die for effect if you want to trade a die down.
Yeah.
For great effect, which means that you would have a better effect, more
100%.
damage to him, basically.
Yeah.
The
So I'm
idea.
gonna do that, and so just take 1 bonus die. The other one's bumping that up.
Okay.
Um,
So that's 4 dice. Desperate
Yeah.
great.
perfect.
That is a 6. So
Perfect.
you go in. Your knife. It doesn't get a lot of uses. You don't stab, you don't cut. More than anything, you largely have used it for 2 purposes. Cutting cheese and cutting bondage rope. That's pretty much it. It's not to say that you haven't had to use it in a fight before.
Mhm.
You have. But again, not a lot of use. Suffice to say, it's not your only knife either.
No.
As Crow echoes and pulls down on these ghosts as a distraction, you prowl up behind him. And for that brief moment, Crow gets to see just how deadly Asher actually is. 4 knives come out, each one not hitting him, pinning his legs to the ground. 2 of them in each pant leg, the force of which, as you 2 go out, pinning the bottom of his pants, and as you take that opportunity, push him on the back. And he falls to his knees, and the other 2 knives come down, pinning the other parts, so his knees are pinned to the ground. Then you pull your knife up across his throat, and is there anything you want to say, or are you just cutting it?
Just cutting it.
You pull it, you just pull the knife straight across his throat, and half of his head. There is no hesitation. Cutting a person's throat is harder than most people imagine, but also easier. The only thing you can't do is hesitate with it, or you will get stuck. You just have to make sure you have enough force. Asher, you put enough force. You rip his neck open. He has no words left to say. He doesn't have the time. And in that moment, as he's gurgling his last breaths, the ghosts summoned by Crow converge in a ball on top of him. You are thrown back, fine, safe, but and it is like a swarm of piranhas. His body is untouched, but you watch as they rip his esoteric soul to pieces. Until there is nothing left but an empty husk. It falls hollow, bleeding to the floor. And with even his connection to the ghost field gone with the ripping of his soul, the pyro in his system has nothing to ignite. It doesn't even catch on fire. Now the question, Crow. Do you allow the ghosts to dismiss and leave, having him fallen? Or are you sending them downstairs or somewhere else?
The main floor with other people. Party potential.
The downstairs is on fire presently, right?
Very. And there are people, as far as you know, who are trying to get out. Again, the door was locked, but it's just a matter of unlocking it. So they lost a couple of, maybe a minute or so. So that door is probably open at this point, is worth noting.
Important question. How are they feeling? Because my actions are influenced by them.
Satisfied. Well fed.
I will let them go then.
Okay.
They have the vengeance they wanted.
So they make
I
their...
have Rick to call still, don't worry.
I was gonna say, are any of them in the mood for a bear?
Yeah, we still have that one too.
They, their anger released now from you, mostly. Those emotions haven't left yet. They'll fade in time, but you still are carrying the vestiges of it, and a lot of your motivations and emotions are going to be influenced. So primary is anger still.
Yeah.
though it's slowly losing out to sadness now that the subject of their anger is gone. But you're still angry. You still have time. I assume then that Asher and Crow are going to make their way downstairs.
Yeah.
Tristero, you ran downstairs, and just for cinematic effect, it's not, no damage is done, anything like that, but as you make your way down the stairs, it's not hard to figure out where they're in, because as you watch Mort get blown out of the door and slam into the back wall, out the door comes in, the door itself breaking across its flame, so it's now more, across its frame, so it's now more of a hole in the wall, as Jaimie Morrison comes out, mask now on his face, claws fully manifested, not astral, real, facing down Mort. And Mort, in this moment, you can see also, he's got more of a spectral kind of hunt visage across him, but you can see it. And as it does, you see Jaimie cracks his neck. Fire starts to seethe out from under the mask like it's coming out of his mouth and coat over his claws. He's not sending gouts of flame or anything. He has wrapped his hands in it. Mort, Tristero, what are we doing?
Tristero says, Mort, we gotta talk about your daddy issues. Quick question. There are other doors on the side of the hallway, right?
Yes, and they're open, and a lot of administrators are now running out of it.
Awesome. Mort, I came down here to help. I'm going to basically give you 8 actions at this point, because I'm also going to go into the offices and start digging around to find out where they're planning on going.
Oh, take care of that. That's
Yeah.
more important. I got this.
All right, so let's start. So that from our wonderful Tristero is either going to be study or survey, your choice. Start looking through that. Mort, what are you doing?
I think since we're at a distance right now, I am going to pull a pistol with one of the, I think it's, well, the pistols that we're working with are probably like flintlock or something along those
Yeah,
lines.
there's single shot, long time
you've
reload.
got it's a little more advanced than pure flintlock. Like, it's not a smooth bore. They've actually like bored out the barrel so there's spin to the bullet. It's a little more clockworky, but yeah, it's
But
essentially
single
single
load,
shot flintlock. Yeah.
Great.
And you've
So-
got 6 of them.
Yep, and I think with your permission, I would have one loaded.
Oh, they're all you have. I said you have 6 single shot pistols loaded down you like
Oh,
a
shit.
goddamn pirate.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, then I'm gonna from the distance while I'm like walking towards them to get back into what I'm better at.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take a shot with that,
Alright.
just straight at the chest.
So you pull out the first gun and just shoot right at the chest. That is 100% skirmish. Tristero, are you helping in any way? And how?
I think what I am doing is, as I go into one of the offices, I am also using one of my pistols immediately. And as I step in, I'm going to fire a distracting shot and try to
Okay.
catch the demon in the knee.
Okay, and are you using your effect, your ability to give that help?
Uh,
Because you have one left.
Nah, I'm gonna use my own stress bar right now. I want to keep that
Okay.
foresight for an emergency.
All right, so you keep your foresight, you take 1 stress, put off a shot as a distraction, or you get a bonus die on your skirmish. And I need the I need the survey or study from you, Tristero, your choice.
Yep. Standard, risky.
Desperate standard.
Oh, sweet. Why is
So-
I rolling desperate standard?
I hope you've all been marking your desperate experience points. Don't forget to be doing that.
I have taken a 5.
That is a 5. All right. I'm waiting on Mort's roll.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Mort get a +1 dice.
Yep, Mort has +1 dice, skirmish. You get an additional dice because of your ability, because he is still marked by the hunt.
Let's see it.
So you add an additional die. Don't forget that.
Ooh.
Okay, so it is a 6. So gun comes out, boom, armor piercing round. Desperate standard goes takes him where you scratched him earlier. Takes him in the chest. He takes it on the chest, and he keeps moving. This man does not go down easily.
Mhm.
It's gonna take more than a gunshot and a scratch. It's gonna take more than that, Mort. Come on.
I toss the gun to the side, and I focus in on him, and I go at him again with the crowbar.
He's desperately like jumping at you with his burning claws as well as you're coming in with the crowbar. Well, the crowbar's gone. You have claws now.
Oh right, yeah, sure.
As the crowbar transformed into a claw as you come across, it is basically two bestial motherfuckers facing down. Tristero, you start going through like files and like trying to pull out maps of like where the fuck are they fleeing to? Is the question. Where were they going? What was the plan? And
can I make an offhanded comment real quick to what Mort and his dad are talking about? Can't y'all just sit down and have a family dinner and passive aggressively throw food at each other?
As you're doing this, you do succeed. You got a 5. However, there is a consequence. The consequence here being that in the midst of the fighting happening over there, you can hear them tossing and turning. People getting thrown around. The fight continues. And someone gets thrown into the wall behind you, and shrapnel goes into your back when you're not paying attention. So you can resist that. It would be a prowess resist, or you can, or I would also give you instead of prowess, it would also be. Let me pull it up real quick. It would also potentially be insight if you wanted to like duck and dodge, but it is a prowess resist or an insight resist. Not to take that shrapnel, or alternatively, I think you still have armor that you haven't used. So you could just take it on the armor. But
I'm gonna save the armor for right now. But actually, qualifying question: can I use my new ability? Does this count as being harmed by the burn demon?
Yeah, it does count as being harmed. So you would get your surf cold. So do you want to just let yourself be harmed?
Yeah.
Okay. Give yourself another level 1 harm of shrapnel, keeping in mind these are stacking for lesser effect.
Yep.
All right. So currently, but you do manage to force through, and you realize the place they're probably fleeing is the docks. They seem to have set up a new mobile base, a tanker ship to work out of, is the idea. Out on the docks. So that's what you've got.
Mm-hmm. Tanker instant too.
All right, back to Mort. You're going at him with your claws. Skirmish or wreck, your choice.
I think, considering my reckless quirk, after being hit with a gunshot, I think we're making our way over to wreck.
Okay, so give me a wreck roll. You get plus. So you're still at desperate standard effect.
Yep.
You get the +1 die or effect based on your ability. So if you want to be doing more damage, you want to increase your effect, just so you're aware.
Let's go for the die.
Okay, so you give your bonus self the bonus die there. Do you want to push yourself? Devil's bargain? What's the play here? Or do you just want to take it on the face?
I think I can take it. I feel like this might go for a couple more rounds at least.
All right. So desperate standard. Give me the roll.
Yes.
That is a critical success.
Oh!
So
I think that's my first one. I don't think I've ever.
I think that's your first ever crit. So he comes down on you with burning claws. Fun fact about crits: it increases the effect, so it automatically goes from standard to great with this. And again, don't be forgetting to mark your experience on these.
Yeah, thank you.
As the claws come down, you duck as they swipe above your head, and you duck. Your hands go down into sharp claws and boom, into his stomach, both of them, through just under the ribs, and rip down, and you've opened two massive gashes in his bloated stomach, and and it sends him flying back into the wall. The wall breaks, sending the shrapnel that hit Tristero. You don't know that, but like that is technically how the story of it works. Yeah, that's the way, Mort. This is the end for you, for me, one or both.
That. Come end me then. And I'm going to run now that I'm assuming we're in sort of one corner or one area. I want to run to another wall of the building.
Okay. Back on now, going from the top floor, I'm assuming going down to the middle floor is Crow and Asher. Hitting the middle floor, everything is on fire. There's fire here, there's fire there, there's fire everywhere. If you want to get across this room, you are going to be moving through the fire and the flames. You will be carrying on. It will be some kind of a roll not to get burned going out the other side of this. Specifically, for Crow, because Asher still has the fire resistance on their armor for now. So that would be the thing, but it's going to be some kind of roll. There is no people left here. The door has been flung open. They have fled out into the gate. There is a lot of people outside in the yard now. What are you doing?
Can we see from where we are, is the bear still outside?
There's too many people at this juncture.
Mort's downstairs. He's fighting his dad, who seems to be, oh my god, that seems to be who the
the burned demon?
Tristero's down there too, but the problem is we're two down, 2 to go. They have downstairs, but we also have to worry about the bear.
We should go after her, I think. I think the 2 of them can handle it.
Sure as fuck hope so. We last saw the bear a long time ago, and we never actually saw the bear. That was Tristero who saw the bear.
Outside. Yep, on the field.
But it was by the back door.
No, it was by the front.
Oh, it was
by the front. It's by the front gate. She was patrolling the yard, giving orders to people who were training out there.
Okay. Right, so it sounds like you meet out the front door. Can you bring anybody out to kind of help us, at least distract us from the crowd of people that could possibly come after us?
I can try.
All right.
Roll with it.
All right, so first things first, are you trying to get outside?
Yes.
All right, so we're getting through the fire. So how are you getting through the fire? Tell me what you're using, what skill you're using to try to get through here.
I'm going finesse probably, with the sense of like trying to dodge between the different like patches of fire.
Okay, so you give me a finesse roll. It is going to be desperate standard.
Okay. I don't know that I can pull prowl, which is the only prowess I have a die in, so I will also be doing finesse.
I mean, prowl is an option if you want to try to. You definitely have. You try to avoid the flames by prowling through, so you can use prowl. Go ahead. You're also at desperate standard.
Yeah. Oh!
That is what I've been waiting for.
So we have triple ones from Asher in getting through the fire.
It's about time I tripped up in some way, shape, or form.
Asher, you go to start moving, and you trip. Not on a thing. You look down and see that there's a person who's barely still alive, burning in the flames, that grabs your ankle.
Yeah. Rude.
Sending you rolling through the fire. Your consequence here, you're still in the flames. You didn't make it through, but your consequence here is burn. Yeah. You can burn your special armor here to not your special armor, obviously, that's a thing on your sheet, but your like armor on your. Yeah.
So I'll burn the armor to do that, and then.
Yep. We'll come back to you trying to get through the flames. Let's go with the prowl roll from Crow.
Yes. Do you have a devil's bargain for me? Otherwise, I will roll with a single die.
I don't have one off the top of my head, but if you have one for me, I will listen.
There's no people in here, yeah?
Nope.
I I don't think I can think of anything because I have not had time to put my mask back on to hide my identity, which would be the other thing that I would have.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
okay,
Yeah.
here we
All right.
go.
So give me the. You can also push yourself for 2 stress. Don't forget get that. Take 2
Oh.
stress and get a bonus die.
I would do that.
Yeah. So give yourself 2 stress and take the bonus die. That is a
Woo!
6. So
Oh, yeah.
you
Nice.
managed to, no consequence, managed to avoid the heart of the flames, skirting the outside and jumping over the last little bit to get to the door, just in time to turn and see as Asher fully falls into it and starts rolling. Asher, you're in it now. You are in the flames. You are saved in this moment by the armor that Archie gave you.
Yeah.
What are you doing now?
I'm going to try to be as dexterous as possible, see if I can't, like, roll myself up. Like, so I imagine my ankle kind of got grabbed. I fall forward. Part of this now is actually turning it into its own roll to see if I can't roll back, run, and get backed out.
Yep.
So, finesse my ass out of here.
So give me a finesse. Your devil's bargain here is that that person remains clinging to your leg and you pull them burning, screaming alive out of the flames.
So, I'm gonna take it because Asher's getting a little numb to everything today.
All right. Go ahead and give me a desperate standard.
Desperate standard. And an extra one.
That is a 6. So after your initial fumble, you do manage to pull yourself up, launch over one of the few tables that is not still burning, kind of launch, and then realize you've got a heavy weight on your foot as this person continues to cling to you desperately. And when you make it to Crow on the other side, they are screaming bloody murder at this point. I should have said the real devil's bargain here, I guess, with them screaming is attention's going to be drawn to you. Is that still okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm
All
good
right.
with it. We're gonna just cause
Oh.
some chaos, I think, anyways. So the attention was coming here.
Yeah, as you kind of get out, a lot of the people who are back there see you, all of you, for who you are. You're not really disguised at this point. Your cover is blown. They see the Murmur Venture Project,
Sup,
and they are not
bitches.
happy.
Kind of embarrassing for them when you think about it. 4 people took down an organization of like 50 plus. Damn.
Yeah. Here's the other thing you notice as you come out. Talia is there now. She kind of pushes her way through the crowd, comes out, big fucking grin on her face, like she's fucking here for it. She's ready. She's like, oh, you look delightful.
Hi,
Yes.
gorgeous.
You're not my type, but you handsome. Like the blood running down your face. This is pointing at Crow. And really gets my hackles up.
Have a thing for danger, I suppose.
Me too. Get real dangerous with the 2 of us. Let's see which comes out alive. If we both do.
More or less dangerous than Lord Scarlock. I have a tally that I'm keeping.
I like you. You can actually see, though, behind them, all of the other people who are like desperate to get out are having an issue because the main gate is chained shut.
They triangle shirtwaist fire their own motherfuckers?
Good.
Anyway,
Perfect.
getting into this with Talia, she launches herself at you. What are y'all doing?
Can I call my best friend?
Yeah, I was gonna hope you were doing that.
Come in!
I'm looking to the side, knowing that we got ghost chaos coming in. I am going to run and get out of the way.
Give me an attune roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I swear to God.
What it calls in on the chat? We are always desperate now, yes?
Yeah.
Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Sure. Rick is very unhappy. That's your devil's bargain.
Can I help by distracting Talia for like 2 seconds somehow, just by like yelling at her? Would that do anything?
That's you. Yeah, you can add help. You take a stress.
Yep.
And then Crow gets a bonus die.
There you go. So I'm gonna give you a bonus die. Just be. Listen, bitch, you're not into me. That's just rude. Everybody's into me. I'm everybody's type.
I will do that,
That's
and then
me running.
I won't make Rue upset.
Okay,
Not
so
Rue.
you're not gonna make Rick upset.
Rick.
You're not gonna make Rick upset. Okay.
Me, the
All right.
human, would be so sad.
All right, give me a bonus die for the help. You're at desperate standard, so don't forget to mark those experience points.
All right.
Go ahead and give me the roll. That is
It's
a 5. It is a
Yeah.
5. So
Take those.
Rick kind of starts coming in as Talia comes standing. Having a nap.
Oh.
What's going on? What's that? Oh shit!
Do you want to play?
Well, let's play, sure. Why not, Daddy-O? Let's, that looks like a friend. It's been a while since I got to do a good prison brawl. So, we're gonna do this a very special way today. And he kind of just puts a hand on your shoulder, Crow, and he's like, you left yourself gaping open, by the way. You got your whole spiritual
What did you
dick
do the
out.
first time?
So I'm gonna take advantage of that and fully possesses you. Takes control. You
don't
can now use attune in place of skirmish in this fight. Is the thing as Talia comes in. The consequence here with a 5 though is that as you're kind of going in, she gets a free hit on you. And you would take. She doesn't pull her knife. She doesn't pull her gun. The consequence you're resisting is level 1 harm, broken rib, as your flat palm comes in and hits you. And when I say, do you still have your normal armor? Because you used the special armor for the fire, but you haven't used the normal part of the armor yet.
Yeah, I haven't used the normal armor yet.
So you can mark that instead of taking the harm here, since it's only level 1 harm.
Okay, I will do that.
So her palm comes in, and as soon as she hits you, oh Lord, you don't know what you've gotten yourself into, because it feels like a goddamn truck. You feel like a goat just rammed its head and horns, a ram fold on into your chest as you get flung like 5 feet backwards and have to catch yourself. And then she does not give. She is not only pushing you back, she's pushing you back into the flames. She is full on ready to fight you in the fire.
All right.
But she is coming for your ass. So, going back downstairs though, Mort, Tristero. Tristero, you got what you came for.
Yep. Pocket that. Look around. Is there a safe?
Is there a safe? You are in the administrative section. So yes, there is, in fact, a safe right now. Enough of it has been destroyed that the secret compartment hiding the safe is open. The safe itself is not open, but the compartment that hid the safe is open. Do you want to try to open a safe while your father and son try to kill each other in the background?
I've had worse conversations in the background while working. It's fine.
Asher feels this in her bones, like on top side, and is just like, Tristero, I'm so proud of you today. So proud.
Yeah.
So-
I'm gonna mark some burglary tools real quick. Yeah. So that has lockpicks.
Yep. You have lockpicks, basic lockpicks, not the nice ones that our lovely Asher has, but so burglary tools. So that'll increase your effect. So you lost effect for your injuries, and you're back at standard.
Mm-hmm. Do I have murmur on me?
Do you have murmur on you?
May I have murmur on me?
You may absolutely have murmur on you. How much of your load is left?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 2 slots left. I was wondering if I could replace it with the vial of slumber essence
Yeah.
instead.
Yep.
Perfect.
Wait, you have 2 slots. You've used 5, and you only get 6.
Find cover identity doesn't count because it's in italics.
Oh, that's true. Correct. All right, so yes, vial of slumber essence, which is also
Also
in
in
italics. So you still have 2 left. So yeah, absolutely. You have a vial of murmur. I assume you immediately go.
All right, time for drugs.
Time for drugs. All right, so we're rolling that at a fortune roll to see how that goes.
Mhm.
To see the effect of that.
High quality stuff too.
High quality stuff too. So the good stuff gives you tier +2. Your tier is 1, so it's a 3. So we're rolling 3 dice. 3 dice. For a fortune roll. For the effects, that is a 5. So you're good. You're fine.
God.
You take the murmur. You don't go into a nightmare reverie. Instead, you are reliving one of the best moments of your life right now. A high, as it will. It's not the most happiest of highs, in the sense because you are remembering back to being high on pyro with Lemon Marassi and taking to the streets with that and using the high to live it up on the town. But at the same time, it's still a memory worth remembering, especially in the wake of what's happening now.
So that would bring me to standard. Am I still in a desperate position?
You're still in a desperate position, and that actually takes you to great because your tools already took you to standard.
But my level 1 harm takes me down to standard.
Yeah. It takes that because you have 2 level 1 harm. So
Yep.
All right, yeah. So you're at desperate standard.
Okay, that's all I need to know. And yeah, I am rolling with a +1 die. I'll take a 5. Kind of work my way through it.
5. So you kind of take some time, work your way through it, and it
Have headphones
eventually. It's that Stan Lee in the library scene with the fighting happening in the Avengers movie where he's just mopping away as the fucking superheroes are blitzing through in the background. And he's just like, but you manage to crack the safe. It takes a minute or so, but you wrench it open, and inside there is 6 coin. Is a lot of money. There's a lot of money in here. There is 6 coin, as well as a couple of vials of murmur.
Mr. Morrison, you dirty motherfucker.
Consequence here is very similar to the last one. There's still a battle happening behind you. But in this case, they've actually moved, but it's made the structure unstable. And part of the floor above you falls on top of you. If you would like to resist that with prowess.
Yeah, you know what? I would like to definitely resist that. I want to let everyone know. Why did that file open? Please don't open. I would like everyone to know I have 2 boxes of stress left.
Roll me the prowess resist. 5.
I have 1
stress.
box of stress left.
Oh.
You have 1 box of stress left. I
Getting
would like to
out,
note
so help me.
those rolls are 1-5-1 for anyone in the audience. That is incredibly stressful for all of us. Anyway,
Asher's
but you have
spidey
6
sense
coin.
kicks in.
You have 6 coin and 3 vials of murmur on you now. Mort, you're in the thick of it.
Wax, get the hell out of here.
Not without you, buddy.
And he's just egging on his dad. He's like standing against not the opposite wall, but the
Right.
one of
So
the
you're
other
trying
walls.
to take advantage of him by baiting him, basically.
Yep.
That's a command roll.
Great. I'm good at that. Do I get? That's not one of the things I get
Nope.
from.
That's
Hunt's
Rex
End.
skirmish and finesse.
Great. I think that's fine. Desperate.
You want to
desperate
push yourself?
standard. I
Or do
do
you want
want to
to
push myself.
Take a devil's bargain.
I would also consider a devil's bargain.
The devil's bargain here is that no matter what he does when he comes charging in at you, he's taking that wall out too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to take. I am going to take.
It's Desperate Standard currently. You can trade a die in for Desperate Great.
I think I'm just going to take both die.
Okay.
To push myself and do the Devil's Bargain and just go with the regular Desperate.
Give me the command roll.
Oh, golly.
That is a 4. Still good.
Okay.
Consequence here is level 2 harm, because he is gunning for you. But he comes in and he takes the bait, and in that moment, it is a trading of blows. It is like the cross counter that you see in anime, except in this case, it's a little bit more bloody than that. The wall behind you fractures and begins to crumble, Mort, as his clawed hand comes in, rakes down your chest, and rips open the side of your stomach unless you resist with a prowess resist. Meanwhile, though, you do manage to, and baiting him, trade blows and get a massive gash across his neck. Do you want to resist the consequence, or do you want to take the level 2 harm? Or do you want to take heavy armor to bring it down?
I considered that as well. Yeah, I'm going to take heavy armor.
All right, so it's level 1 harm now, no matter what.
And I'm going to take that.
And you're going to take it. So give yourself the harm level 1 gash.
Okay.
But yeah, he opens up a gash on you, but you open up almost half his neck. Blood pouring out. He hasn't slowed down much, but he's starting to flag. He faces you. That's the way, Mort. That's the way.
Hey, good for you. You got a lick in.
You learned well. Got a matching one now, he says, pointing to the scar on the other side of his neck from where you bit his neck open when you were younger.
You won't get a chance to show it off. And I am going to... I would like to... How close is Tristero to, like, the stairs out of here?
Pretty close, actually. He's in one of the closer rooms, because he kind of just ducked in there as he came down. He's kind of ducking back out right now. He's like, you see him, like, he's basically, like, walking up, holding, like, a bag of money.
Yeah.
A map rolled up under his arm. And looking like hell, like he's got cuts literally all over him.
Yeah.
But kind of looks down at you. Kind of like, I'm good.
I'm gonna say, get out of here. I'm right behind you. And I'm gonna run in that direction.
Okay. So you're gonna start running in that direction. Tristero, I assume you're gonna start.
If he is like full running towards me, then yeah, I will turn around.
And as you turn to start going, the building around you is beginning to fall to pieces. 2 of the structurally integral walls have now been destroyed in the fight between Mort and his father. And the entire rest of the building is on fire.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question, because Tristero, you're at the front. You can try to run through the flames, back out to the front door that is obviously open, but the back door is right by you, even though Asher locked it, but like...
I feel like Asher would have told us how to unlock it.
Sure. I would give you a bonus die for that.
Yeah.
For unlocking it, but if that's what you want to go instead of running through the fire, absolutely. Go for it.
Yep. I'm going to keep going up the stairs, make my way towards the back, and I better turn around and see Mort right behind me.
Mort is booking it based on what you said, John, correctly?
Yeah.
Cool. Mort is booking it. Pyro is injected, by the way,
Cool.
for anyone who did not know. It comes on a vial with a needle. It has a cap. You click the cap off and stab it into you. And it's a pressure cap.
Just like HRT.
Just like HRT. So.
Yeah, I'm going to bust open that door then.
Okay.
With finesse.
Finesse. Give me a finesse roll to bust open that door. Mort, you're running. What are you doing?
I am running to the wall that the stairs are against, and I'm gonna try and get one more bait.
Okay. Give me a command roll at the base of the stairs. You have, same as before, you have a lesser effect, so you're at standard limited right now unless you do something else to push it. You still have Hunt's End, or except you don't because this is a command roll.
Yeah.
You're baiting him. Okay. But, so you're at desperate limited unless you want to push yourself for a bonus die or greater effect, or a devil's bargain in this case.
I'm gonna go for desperate standard.
Okay.
What do I want to do?
I can give you an extra die through foresight.
Yep. Tristero can give you aid if you want that extra die.
I do like that.
All right. So foresight, give yourself the extra die.
Mhm.
Okay. And yeah, I'm gonna go desperate limited, just the regular, with
So
the bonus die from
Desperate.
Tristero.
So desperate limited. So not a
Yeah.
lot of effect then, unless you change that up. Is the thing.
You can
Yeah.
trade in a die for extra effect, I believe, if you want to.
Basically, you even if you get a success, it's not going to do that much.
Mm-hmm.
Is the thing to keep in mind here. So
Okay. Does he want to? Yeah. Okay. So then I'll just use the bonus die to bring it up to standard.
okay. So it's desperate standard. So again, mark the experience point in prowess.
Yep.
Mhm.
Or no, in resolve.
In
This
resolve.
is a
Yeah.
command.
Yeah.
And then standard effect, and roll your dice.
Mhm.
There it is.
I think like the way Tristero comes in and helps out is turns around from the door, looks right at Mort as soon as he stops and says, "No kid, no matter how much of a fucker their dad is, should have to kill him." And I take another pistol round and I shoot right towards the face of the burned demon.
Okay. That is a 6, Mort.
Yeah.
How do you want to kill your father? You can let Tristero's gunshot do it. But you want to end him on your own terms.
I think I want his own boorishness and ignorance and pride to be his own downfall. So I want to get him running towards me, and I want to as he's coming, grab the back of his shirt and slam him into the wall head first.
Okay. The gunshot goes off. Tristero, you miss, but it's the key little bit of time, the distraction, the noise turns his head as the bullet whips by. That's all that Mort needs to grab him head and shoulders, one clawed hand going into the guts that he already ripped open, the other grabbing him right at the neck that is already gashed, and slamming him full force through one last wall, watching it fracture and fall to pieces, feeling Jacoby Morrison's body shatter, bones and all, under his hands. Or you can feel the tension give. You can feel what life, or what semblance of life this man had left in him begin to fade. And he's still in your arms as he falls, unable to move, unable to hold himself up, too much of his body destroyed at this point. And as you're kind of like holding him there, Jacoby Morrison gurgles for a moment and reaches up, pulls the mask off his face so you can see his eyes and his face. As a man who's been dead to you for far longer than you already knew. Now dead again. He kind of just gives a grimace of a smile. Takes that mask and reaches up and pushes it onto your face. His blue blood smearing across it as he does. That's the way, demon. That's the way. And then he falls to the floor, unmoving, eyes staring lifelessly, as fire continues to rage around you. And Tristero, the door. Did you roll that finesse roll for the door yet?
Now I have. Oh yeah, crit.
A crit. Tristero, you start to pull out tools, say fuck it, the best finesse is a foot, and kick the door down open and break the lock in with just a dexterous, like you know the point. It's still finesse because you know the point that it's gonna give, and just slam it open. And you can hear more. You hear that door slamming open behind you. What are you doing?
Mort, let's go.
Never wanted this. I never wanted any of this. I didn't want to do this to you. I never wanted to do this to you in the first place.
Can I go in there and grab him?
You can run back down. Mort staring at the body of his father.
With my tinier, wimpier frame, I'm going to grab Mort. I'm going to take the mask off his face, look at it and say, this shit is nothing close to you. And I'm going to pocket it. I got another gift for Echo. But I'm going to say, I don't know what the fuck was up with you. I don't know what the fuck was up with your dad. The scales are cool. But if there's one reason we got you with us, it's because you're a protector. You are our guardian. And right now, two of our friends need help out front. So go get them, Guardian.
He stands up. He rolls the body in his arms to the ground, and he gets up with a look of determination and heads out.
All right, let's go.
You're able to make your way out the door. Easy as pie. On the way out. Back at the front. Silas. Asher. There's two things that happen. Bro, Rick is fully in you right now. The fight that is raging in front of you. I'm not having you make any rolls for this. We're in a bit more of a narrative point now. Asher, you're able to watch as these two are going at it. But more importantly, you can see the people that are desperately trying to get out as the fire continues to rage and start to spread from out of the building to the field. The chain, though, it's not just one. There's 7 of them. And opening that would be fucking impossible. Some of the people are starting to try to climb the walls instead. Some of them getting scraped up, cut, badly injured on the barbed wire, but they're kind of making it. Some people aren't trying that yet. Something else you see, Asher, though. As you look out across the field, it's something that you nor Tristero saw from on top of the building earlier because it was blocked by some of the side buildings. A makeshift hangman's gallows. With no flat stool under it or anything. It's just basically a wooden arch with ropes. And 5 completely burned bodies hanging from it. And on the burned bodies, on a sign hanging from the gallows, is the words, "The price of failure." I think Parker froze, unfortunately,
Oh.
in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But to kind of come back around to it with Silas, you're in this fight, and then in a fit of burst, another slam, a punch hits you across the face, and Rick gets knocked out of you, kind of a thing. You got the ghost knocked out of you in that hit. But to make up for it, Rick is flown long just as Tristero and Mort come running around the corner. Goodbye, Parker. I'm sure she'll be back. But she gets thrown. Rick gets thrown as your friends come around the corner. And as you do,
Did it take a harm for that?
no, you're fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. But as you do, the face of Talia looks up as your friends come around, and then there's you can see something vibrate in her chest pocket. She reaches into it, and pulls out what looks like a pocket watch. Clicks it open, and inside there is no clock. She's got a good little view on it, but as she does, you see that there's two little gems inside, both of them bright red, and one gem that is glowing red, and one gem inside that is not. And as she clicks it open, that third gem lights up. She just kind of, her grin catches across her face. Looks like time's up. She closes it shut, puts it in her pocket, and looks back at you, Silas. Sorry to cut this short, love, but afraid there's other matters that I need to attend to. Toodaloo. And then a ghost door opens underneath her, seemingly from out of nowhere, and she fully disappears into it. And it closes. We lost Parker again. I figured that would happen. So I will, in lieu of that, since you did come around the corner, Cole and Mort, I will say that you also see the gallows from this angle now, with the 5 burned bodies hanging from it. With the sign, the price of failure, over it. Out of you 3, who has the highest insight? Like, most number of dots in insight in terms of, like, the left column. Like, if you had to do an insight resistance.
I have 2.
I have 1.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Mort, how many do you have?
3.
In insight? I only see 2.
Oh, like what is my
Just-
highest skill in insight? Is
No.
No,
What
it's
is
just
just the
like-
left column? Just the left column. Like,
Yeah, so
if you
right,
were to
yeah,
do like a
two.
resistance
Study
roll.
survey.
2? All right, so
Yeah.
2. So for flavor reasons, I'm gonna go with Tristero. Tristero, in this moment, you remember one thing in particular. Way back when you hosted your party, it was burned down by 5 firebugs.
Oh.
I'm going to walk slowly up to the gallows. Are they burned beyond recognition?
Beyond any semblance of recognition, they are basically charcoal.
Tristero is going to look at the bodies and then look back at the ghosts. And he's going to shout at them. Do any of you know the names of the 5 burned here?
They are not paying attention to you. It's not even a competent command roll. Things are on fire. They don't care. They're trying to get out. No one's listening to you, Tristero, in this moment.
Can I have a quick question? What does it mean to be marked by vengeance?
You don't know.
Okay,
Not yet.
not yet. Tristero's just going to keep looking at the bodies and just look over at Mort and say, cut them all down. Help me cut them down.
Could I give my spirit mask to Tristero to let him see them in the ghost field?
He's not trained for it is the problem. It is a whisper tool, so not really is the problem. So unfortunately, no.
No worries.
I appreciate the thought, though.
You are fully willing and able to cut them down if you want more. Keeping in mind things are catching on fire, and now might be the time to leave.
I think our time would be better used by making sure everyone gets out.
Get them out. It'll just be a few minutes. And I'm going to try to figure out which one is Marasi.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a study for that. In the meantime, Mort, you and Crow and Asher, when she gets back, go ahead and how are you getting out? Speaking of the devil, welcome back, Parker.
So,
Nope, you're frozen again.
No.
Oh no.
What are our... So what's it looking like? We're still looking at a door that's been chained shut from the outside?
It's got
There's the door that's been changed. The chains are on both sides. There's 7 chains. If you wanted an alternative, I mean, you could try to go over the top, but there's barbed wire. You could go. I mean, you're Mort, and you're still empowered by the hunt. Though in that moment, that mark on your hand faded away. The contract complete. You're still currently riding that high. You could try to break down a wall in this state if you wanted. Like, just break a hole in the wall.
I think I'm gonna look down at my hand, and as soon as I see it fade, I just whisper to myself, confirmed kill. And then I'm going to look at I'm gonna look at the door that's chained shut, and I am just gonna fucking run. I'm gonna haul ass right into it, just with
into
my
the
whole
door.
body.
Okay.
Well, I mean, into whatever the weakest point I think would be. If the door seems to, if literally busting through the wall seems more likely, then I'll go for that. I guess we just busted through a bunch of walls downstairs. So.
Okay. So that's gonna be a rec roll. Parker, for you. I don't know how much did you hear before you left?
Gallows.
Yes, on the gallows, there were the 5 burned bodies. Basically, your lovely friends here incited that these are the 5 firebugs who crashed your party way back at the beginning.
Oh,
and now Tristero is in a rapture, trying to figure out which one is Marasi and cut him down. But Mort has gone full beast mode and is boom, 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 trying to break down the front gate, and bowled over a shit ton of ghosts on his way there.
I'm going desperate, and I am gonna push myself to make it standard.
Okay, so go ahead.
Can I help Mort by channeling some of the leftover ghost field energy to help him?
Yep. Take a stress, Silas, and give yourself an extra die, Mort.
Great.
Asher, Tristero is looking over these burned husks of bodies, trying to figure out which one was Marasi. What are you doing?
Ooh. Okay, so yeah. Analyzing who is the least capable of survival right now and helping them out, which is probably Tristero, I think, at this point.
Probably taking 2 level 1 harms.
He already rolled for it, so you don't have to roll to help him or anything. And he got a 6, so we'll come back to that. What I'm trying to note is, are you just staying with Tristero as he's doing this?
Staying with Tristero, just in case something goes south and I gotta drag his body out of here.
Tristero, you think you know which one is Marasi, but they're all literally just charcoal at this point. There's no way to tell. You're making a desperate grasp at it. Even with a 6, I'm sorry to tell you, but no one can discern a burned body from another in this case. Your only thing to go on is that one of the burned bodies has what look like the remnants of melted bangles around the wrist, and you know that those were some of Marasi's favorite jewelry. Also melted into the skin and beyond recognition.
I think, regardless of whether that is Marasi, Tristero believes it's Marasi, and takes off the coat that they wear, wraps up the body, picks it up, and starts walking towards the door.
Okay. Mort, with a 5, you boom, 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 boom. It is full bull rush. Some people are able to get out of your way, some people are not. And you get pushed to the side, run over, and they're like, fucking, a lot of them are like, what the fuck? As you just like a monster with your claws and visible horns right now, slam into that gate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chains shatter under the force of your strength right now, bestial as it is, and the gate goes whipping, flying open, and people, include you, keep running. People keep pouring out. Your consequence in this case to try to resist, if you wanted, it would be a prowess resist. Is you just ran into solid metal, though. It would be a level 1 harm.
Yeah.
You can resist it. It would be a prowess resist, but you only have 1 stress left.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the best idea. No, I'm gonna go for the. I'll just take the level 1 harm.
Okay. All right. So take the level 1 harm of bruising for your on that. So you're now working at double lesser effect.
Okay.
But the gate is open. Tristero, you, as the fires rage behind you and the building collapses, you carry the body of what you think is Marasi wrapped in this coat. At your heels is Asher and Crow, solemnly making your way out. The remnants of the firebugs, or whatever remains of them, many of them did die. A lot of them got trapped. A lot of them burned. The entire leadership, minus Talia, escaped, it seems, have crumbled. And I think it goes without saying that the firebugs are finished for what they were, in the form that they existed, at least. Indeed, as you walk out, you are right by the docks. That's kind of the whole point of this base of operations. Crow's Foot, by the canals, easy access to the docks. You can see, based on the plans, that tanker ship that they were supposed to flee to, sinking into the harbor.
Oh. I think someone else was invested in that. Do I see like any signs of what another gang could be?
No,
that interview.
You don't see anyone. We are going to move y'all along back to the boat. Before we get there, Tristero, what are you doing with the body?
I am going straight to the Weeping Lady, and I'm going to check to if Mother Naria's there, greet her.
She is. Tristero, you're not supposed to... Oh.
I need help making another grave.
Let us handle it, Tristero. Come back when you're ready to pay your respects. No barring. Nothing. Just...
Yeah. You were right.
So sorry that I was.
Walks away. Coin still jingling in the back pocket.
Just a giant bag of cash.
Ding, ding,
But
ding.
you all managed to make it back safe and sound in whatever form. Some injuries, a lot of stress, to your boat, your base. You take some time, lick a few wounds. Hands are put on shoulders and clasped. There's some tears. Crow, you feel the last vestiges of that emotions from those ghosts fade away, and it kind of gives way to your own just bone-deep tiredness here. Mort, you feel a little empty. Like you don't know what to do. You don't know who to talk to. You haven't really lost anything, but it feels like you have. For that moment, that comb that you were given by the Demmer sisters weighs a little heavy in your pocket. Asher, you don't like getting your hands bloody. But you ripped open a man's throat today because it was the right thing to do. But you're the one who has to live with that. Tristero, you still linger. Thoughts of Marasi going to visit that grave. In that moment, as you're all kind of coming to terms, mutually comforting, congratulating, giving familial love to each of you, there is a thunk, thunk into the side of your boat at 2 different angles. And we're going to take our last break right there and come back in just a moment.
I don't have the stress to deal with this.
I do, it's fine.
None of you, no one clear their stress. We're not done yet.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back. We just finished with the heist, the assassination, the destruction of the firebugs. The culmination of what this gang has been working to this entire season. Getting rid of the distributors of one of the most destructive drugs in Doskval. And they succeeded, taking down 3 out of the 4 members of the hierarchy, scattering the remains to the winds, and burning the facility to the ground. And now in this moment, as they were licking their wounds, taking their comfort, basking in the winds and the losses of it, there were 2 thunk, thunk into the side of their boat, jarring them back into reality in this moment. And as they do, Tristero, you get up and peek out of the window where you can see down that someone has 2 harpoons have jettisoned your boat to the shore with chains. There's solid hooks that have attached into the wooden sides of your boat with chains locking it in place. Mort, you go to the side window on one way and you see that there are 2 boats coming at you from that side. Asher, you go to the other side and look at the other window and there's 2 more. Both the canal side exits blocked off by these boats. And Crow, as you go and look out, peeking out the door to the front, you see a horde of bluecoats facing down the ship. One of them pulls out a cone and yells onto the ship. Come out with your hands up. We know you are in there. We have an arrest warrant for one Tristero Wax Valentine, Mort the Mouth Morrison, Silas Crow. What was the last name again? Find the fucking warrant then. Fine. And Asher Spectre Claw. Come out simply, and we will not be forced to use any violent measures. In this moment, here is the structure. And this is the moment where I said, we're changing the formula. I warned you about this, though not on camera, when we were preparing. You all still have your stress. You all still have your harm. If your character stresses out in this moment, you do not take a quirk. You are arrested and taken into custody. If your character takes grievous harm, you do not die. You are arrested. Facing down a horde of bluecoats, and by horde I do mean literal. There is maybe not as many in terms of the number of firebugs you just faced down, but there's a good number of them. And all of your exits are barred. What do you do?
Puts guns on the table, starts pulling out coin, packs everything into a big bag.
All right. So you start pulling out guns, pulling out all the coin that you have accumulated, and start shoving it into a bag. Tristero, Mort. We can come back to you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking to them. Like I'm ride
Mort,
or
stay
die.
with me.
I'm ride or die with the three of you. I'll go wherever y'all want to go.
Asher
Asher.
just looks at Crow and, can you do anything in this moment for us?
Huh?
I know you've been tapped.
I still have my keys. I can open a door, but put us somewhere. They will have to come and find us again. Or
But I
I can
think if
put
we-
them somewhere if we would rather do that.
There's a lot.
That's a lot of people to try to move on a door, I will say.
I think it's better to move us.
Focus on us four.
Take
Yeah.
what we can off this boat, bar the doors as much as we can so it takes them a little bit longer. And let's get out through a ghost key to somewhere and we will find a place to lay low. I don't know where, but...
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Or-
I want to go, since Tristero's grabbing money, I think I want to grab any like important documentation, anything incriminate, like paperwork, I guess.
Start grabbing the paperwork.
Branding iron.
The branding iron of retribution.
Branding iron is big. Yep,
The
need
one
that.
that's the anti-hunt branding iron.
Actually, that's my top priority, that piece.
So you grab the branding iron and start sticking that into the bag with the money that Tristero has.
Asher's locking the door.
Asher, you're barricading the door down. We're going to give you 1 minute,
That's fine.
and then we are coming in.
Crow, whatever you need, start doing it. Mort,
Yeah.
once you grab go ahead. Let me take care of the paperwork. Scuttle the ship.
Hey,
How do you want to scuttle the ship is the question. You have options here. Tristero, I assume you're also packing up any vials of murmur that are on ship.
Anything drug related is going with us.
You have 2 vials of the pyro left if you wanted to use that to scuttle.
yeah, I think that might be too fast. Honestly, that might be too effective.
Put it on one part of the ship. If once Crow says ready to go, we go.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So
The hooks that are attached to us are they rope hooks or are they chain?
chain, solid iron chain like you
They
see on a
can't catch
tanker.
fire. Okay.
Crow, how much time do you need to prepare a ghost door?
As little or as much as I have, just will be more difficult.
Spectre, can you check outside, see if there are any spirit wardens watching?
Yeah, and I'll just start looking through the windows.
Give me a survey.
Mm-hmm. Closing like canvas over portholes wherever I can.
You're pulling down the canvases. You're still in a desperate position right now.
Cool.
You are surrounded on all sides. You are outnumbered, outgunned.
Pushing myself, by the way.
All right, take the stress, 2 stress.
Mhm.
Give me a survey roll.
Okay.
Desperate standard because you're not injured. 4. All right. So, in this moment, you do see a spirit warden.
Okay.
There is a spirit warden out there, someone who could run interference on anything extraterrestrial.
Mhm.
Extraterrestrial is not the word.
No.
Occult, esoteric. Doesn't mean, it basically means it's going to be a battle of wills between Crow and them in that moment. Your consequence here to resist, if you choose to do so, is that they notice you peeking and doing that stuff and realize you're up to something and decide to charge in now.
I'll resist it.
All right, that's going to be an insight resist.
Oh, even better.
6,
Nice.
take no stress.
3 dice.
Very nice.
Good. All right, so you lock everything down. You see a spirit warden out there and give Crow the heads up that there might be some competition. There's a cat in the background for good luck.
I grabbed the cat. I put the cat in the bag.
Oh God.
There is a cat on the ship for some reason. You're like, what the? How did you get on it? Okay, you take the cat. You put the cat in the bag.
The cat gets out of the bag.
No, the cat does not get out of the bag because you close the bag.
Yeah.
Cat is in the bag.
Cat is, in fact, in the bag. The bag is moving a lot, but the cat is in the bag. Crow,
Yeah.
give me an attune roll.
I'm going to do my best. I will push myself, but I also am interested if you have a devil's bargain.
Yeah. Your devil's bargain here is that the Spirit Warden, whether you succeed or fail in resisting you, the Spirit Warden will get a read on your signature, basically. For a short period of time, the Spirit Warden will be easier for them to track you.
I don't want to take that because then they'll find all of us. And
Can I? Is there a way we can have Crow taking care of the group action, but someone else leading it, and
As
we all
in-
roll tune?
As in taking the stress for it?
Yeah.
I suppose, sure, if you want. Not a lot
you
of...
can't take the stress. for
Tristero,
that?
you can't
can,
take the
maybe.
stress.
You can't take stress, sir. Yeah.
I'm actually no. I was gonna look at you.
I'm the most likely to take stress. It was either that or I was going to see if I could help in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's either we could do a group roll or we can have someone help. It's up to you.
Crow, what would you prefer?
I'm getting a bonus die already from pushing myself, which puts me at 4. So if you want to help, I would be at 5 dice, or we
Okay.
could all roll.
I'll help.
All right.
Let's
Okay.
go with the 5.
So take the stress. Take the stress specter. Give me. It is desperate standard. So
That's
it
a
is
6.
a 6.
Six.
There is a 6
Oh.
in there. There's a lot of numbers in there,
Huh.
but there's a 6. So in that moment, Crow, you boom open a door as quickly as possible. You don't, with a standard effect, you don't have time to fully manifest like a exit location and the like. You don't have time to work that out. And your set of your door keys are, you only got so many of those things to work through. So it only goes to so many places though. People, y'all start diving in. Mort, you're gonna detonate the pyro, correct?
Yep,
Mhm.
correct.
Is anyone doing any last things in the ship before you say goodbye to it?
I think Tristero takes out like a couple portraits that they've kept on him for a while of him with Marasi and Lim, and leaves them on the boat.
Spectre? No? Bro?
I'm making sure that, trying to make sure everybody else is also.
Oh, they're all going.
Yeah.
Would Tristero have grabbed Crow's little lockbox?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then that is the only thing Crow cares about. So
Mort?
we will just leave.
A grin goes across Mort's face as he gets to put the final nail in the coffin for this fucking boat that he hates.
We will
Mort
not
has
get
been
a boat
seasick.
next time.
Mort has been seasick on this boat this entire time.
This is actually the best option for Mort right
So
now.
for Mort right now, he's fucking thrilled. Which is unfortunate because he's kind of just finally adjusted to it, really. Like, see the seasickness. But fuck it, it caused him so much pain anyway that he just, boom, detonate. Ghost door goes down. You're all in limbo for just a second. And then emerge out the other side. When you emerge out the other side, you are on a roof. Not far in Charter Hall, you can see the flames of your boat starting to echo into the night. You can see the blue coats starting to bend and turn away from it as it explodes. You can see everything. But in this moment, in this sliver between fractions of a second, all life seems to freeze. All around you, color drains from the landscape. And though you cannot move, you cannot speak, you cannot even breathe, though you do not seem to need to, your awareness is unsullied. For this moment, the blue coats, the explosion on your boat, the water even, the sky is all frozen in time. And you perceive everything with perfect clarity. Which is why the voice that you then hear echoing like shattered crystal across the night in your minds is pervasive and familiar. I really must thank you, each and every one of you. And why wouldn't the voice be recognizable? You've heard it constantly since the Murmur Venture Project began. Before every job, with a smile, wishing you well on your way. Seeming to come into view out of nowhere, you can all see him, the only spot of color amidst the grayscale. His blonde brown hair, usually combed to the side, has been slicked back to the nape of his neck. His tweed coat has been fully discarded, leaving only an immaculately tailored gray vest over a pure white shirt and well-fitting gray slacks. Incredibly dapper and incredibly well made. The sleeves of the shirt are rolled up to the elbow, and on the arms, you can see now something you never saw before, even with his sleeves rolled up, an assortment of massive moving tattoos, all outlaying esoteric mathematical formulae. And of course, piercing blue eyes looking out through a familiar pair of spectacles, though lacking their usual softness. He looks down on you all from the top of a nearby roof. Archibald Dalmore IV, patron, genius, inventor of Formula 451. His back is rigid straight, his shoulders square, and any signs of his once nervous demeanor have fully evaporated. Truly, my thanks. You've done so much for me, more than I ever first could have imagined. When I brought you together, it was to acquire the arcane distillery that you managed to get for me from the Dimmer sisters. After that, well, I thought there'd be no more use for you. I figured that I was sending you all to your deaths, or at the very least prison, doing that mission for the damned. Thought you'd die in the process, or else be captured. And even if you managed to escape, that the damned would kill you for the failure. Never imagined in my wildest dreams that you would actually succeed on that suicide mission. But it proved to me that you might have further utility. It took time, of course, but you managed to clean the last of my experiments up nicely. The firebugs were, well, they had their uses. They performed trial and error over and over for me as to the formula's effects, whatever else they decided to use it for. A nice little petri dish of inepts and unwanteds to burn through. But once their use was spent, well, they needed to be taken care of. Get the last vestiges of the imperfect formula off the street. And your merry little band proved just the right combination for the job. Tenacious enough not to give in, motivated enough to dig deeper, and just dense enough to be given directions the way I wanted you to go. The party for investors was the first step, luring the firebugs back out and into the open after they had started to dive a little more underground, dig in their roots to try and become a lasting force rather than burning up like they were. But they are and were exacerbated easily. And one might say they are quick to get fired up, as it were. So, when they heard of you lot trying to muscle in on their territory, with some well-placed rumors, of course, pulled them right back out, ripe to be plucked. After that, it was simply a matter of wearing down their operation, burning them out, as it were. A few bumps in the road, like that mess with the foghounds, but after that, well, first you managed to not only acquire me delightful new samples to work with from Skurlock, but he actually had you sow chaos into one of the greatest thorns in my side, those petty demonic doctors with their poisons. Made it quite easy to get my hands on their most recent formulations to contribute to my research. For all the loathsome cancerous growths Skurlock and his 2-bit chemist of a wife is on this world, it served quite well. After that, you made quick work of a rather heinous individual, Mr. Malachi, who'd gotten his hands on pyro through the firebugs and would get his people that he imported to work here addicted so they'd be beholden to him. I think we can all agree that the world is better off without. The Silver Stag as a casino attracts parasites like him often. That casino is a nicely gilded leech, sucking the life out of this city and its people, and my time there with you lot rubbing shoulders with the great and the good truly highlights inside that I really couldn't complain about the results. And then you got me the formula for the city's new fireproofing agent. And now that I know what they're doing with it is easy enough to circumvent. Even if they know I have it now and scrap to start over, it will take them far too long to come up with something new. And with all their red tape and bureaucracy, the work will be quite finished by then. And finally, that brings us to today, where you severed the last loose threads in the Firebug manufacturing distribution and operations center. So many dead bodies, now perfectly immolated. A fitting grave for spent test subjects, if I say the least. And in the end, that boorish demon of a man, Jacob E. Morrison, he serves far more use as ash than anything he did while he was alive. I really am quite proud of you, though. When I first had you before me, Tristero's little gang, I clearly saw the incompetence that ran through all of you. Well, most of you. I did pull a few strings here and there. Sometimes I needed to make sure that you didn't have the resources to look too deeply. So keeping one of you occupied gave me more finite control. And yes, Silas, I've known who you are from the beginning. You're so competent, yet so desperate for someone to tell you what to do. Really wasn't that difficult. But look at you now! Look at all you've accomplished! I could not be happier for it. With all the lovely samples and research you brought me, it's finally truly finished. And with this, he produces a vial of pure, almost glowing red liquid. And unlike the vibrant blue vials of pyro you've seen in the past, this one is immaculately red, and furthermore, you can see wisps of black-like smoke that seem to wind and strike through it like a snake. Not unlike those formulas of tainted murmur you got from Skurlock. Archie stares at the vial with open glee and triumph as he continues to speak. Beautiful. So many pieces came together in this. Formula 451 Omega. Or, I suppose, to give it a dramatic name fitting in the streets of this rancid city, kindling. It's a chemical blueprint to perfectly connect oneself to the ghost field, to draw on its energy and to awaken that piece of it inside ourselves. He turns the vial to his breast pocket and turns back to look down on all of you. The city is rotten. It is a blight, deceit. So far down, even the very soil is rancid with its malfeasance. It takes and it takes and it takes, and it never gives anything in return. Every person from the gangs to the nobility of White Crown, all of them are insects feeding on the bloated corpse, cannibalizing each other when they can't get enough of their meager lot. It cannot be saved, and indeed shouldn't be, even if it could. As any good doctor knows, you have to excise what's rotten and cauterize what remains in a bid to keep the infection from spreading everywhere else. At this, he removes his glasses, casting them aside. And you see in that moment his eyes shift from piercing blue to a vibrant red, crimson that matches the vial he had held up. You've served me so well, but this is where we part ways. I have others whose motivations burn purely like my own, though so few they may be. From behind him, emerging into color like Archie atop the roof, are 8 other individuals, each adorned in an intricate mask, not unlike you saw those worn by the upper echelons of the firebugs, and each of them unique. There is a bull adorned in flowers, and as that person comes into view, they take that mask and peek out the side and give you a wink as Talia Hassar gives you a nice smirk and a smile. There is a serpent covered in stone-like scales. A cat with swirls all about the face. A smiling jester. Again, kind of harkening back to the Commedia dell'arte. Half the mask is bright red, half the mask neon white. There is a wolf mask with fur that ends in lightning at its tips. There is a fox with a single snowflake across the eye. There is a rabbit, ears high and fireworks across the face. And there is a goat, a ram with curling horns, covered in arrows facing in every direction. In this moment, Archie passes the hand in front of his own face, and a mask of a rising phoenix takes its place in front of it, his molten eyes still burning from behind. We are the Kindled, and we will be Duskfall's reckoning. So enjoy your fetid city for these last few days while you can, even if you have to do it from behind bars. And with that, each of them turns to leave, disappearing into the colorless background one at a time, until only the fox with a snowflake across their eye remains. And as they turn to leave, color slowly starts to bleed back into reality, and their voice whispers down so that only you can hear it, Tristero. Goodbye, Tristero. With that, Marasi turns and fades into the gray. And that is where we will end our season, scoundrels. We will see you in the interviews and for season 2 in a couple of months. I have been your game master, Jaimie Wolfe. You can find me across the internet as Jaimie Wolfe or Jaimie Wolfe Art on Twitter. If you need me, that's where you can find me. I've been joined by my fantastic scoundrels making up the Murmur Venture Project. Let's go in a lovely reverse order, starting with, of course, John.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, Brandon, producer. Thank you, Jaimie. Thank you, cast members. I don't get a sign off. My sign off is Ko-fi.com/Jaimie Wolfe. Thank you.
Cole.
Hi there, I'm Cole, and in a similar vein, thank you so much. I am also going to say, just like, what a fucking amazing adventure this is. I am fuming in the best way possible. Follow Huntsman's Hydra. Support us at patreon.com/Huntsman's Hydra. Shout out to our producer. Shout out to our GM, narrator, and amazing storyteller, Jaimie Wolfe.
Rue. You're muted.
Muted.
Hello, I'm Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns, and I've been playing Silas Crow Heartroot, who uses he or z pronouns. You can find me on Twitter as at Ilana Knight 13. That's ILANANIGHT 13, and everywhere else is just Ilana Knight. And I have so many thoughts and not the brain to process them yet, but I will.
Good.
And Crow is mad beyond measure, absolutely livid, and it will be wonderful to explore yet another parental betrayal for Crow.
Parker.
Hi, I am Parker. I've been playing Asher Claw, and you can find me screaming into a pillow in about 5 minutes. Because that is necessary. I don't have really a send-off either. Asides, yeah, go please support Brandon, Jaimie, this channel, these lovely motherfuckers who knew that this was coming and did this to us. I have emotions. We'll deal with them soon. That is all I have, except for a lot of love for also both these people and this channel and everybody here right now. But if you'll excuse me, I need to go scream for a very long time.
Thank you all for joining us. This is not the end of the book on Doskval. We will join back in a couple of months, both in Doskval, a few months in the future, and in Real World for Season 2 of Fire in the Dark. But to close us out, the last little epilogue for all of you. Tristero, the false grave of Marasi. There's a time you could have brought yourself to go to it, but you can't. So instead, you look at the keys that was left to you by Archie. Ones that Crow has given back. The boat's gone. Check the warehouse, and everything that was in there for making murmur has been cleared out. Empty. It's a useless bunch of keys. And for you, they end up at the bottom of a canal where they belong.
Can I take those keys? Get them fashioned into knives?
You absolutely can. As the cold mark of vengeance starts to burn in your
How
heart.
many keys are there?
2.
How many keys? Damn. Good enough.
Crow, you return home. Your small apartment in 6 Towers. And on your bed, you find waiting for you there a gift wrap package containing a first edition work, Archibald Dalmore IV's Esoteric Mathematics. Inside is a note saying, "My apologies, but it was always going to be this way. You make me the proudest out of all of them." And next to the book, there is a burning red vial, black smoke, whipping through it. Mort, your instincts lead you back to the hunt, as they always do. You find yourself back in front of the hunts, now towering over you, fully having consumed so much of his power back after you took down your father. And he beams at you with pride. And with that, he invests that last bit of his power in you, giving you that last little boost, finishing off that clock that was on your downtime, if you remember it, the demonic tutelage of the hunt. With that, I want you to officially give yourself 2 dots in hunt.
Two more dots.
In hunt.
Wow.
Yes. And then he sends you on the way, and you hear his voice echoing in the back of your mind. "I'll find you again someday, Mort. A hunt like no other. Maybe the finest hunter and prey I've ever had." And you are left to wander the streets of Doskval, alone, for a time. Asher, your first thought is to lose yourself as ever in the arms of Helene, the spinning of the tables. But even that is no solace in this moment, you realize. If anything, your affections for Helene make you feel you'd be putting her more at risk. You can't do that. So you wander the streets, the fog of Duskfall. For a short period of time, you take your leave onto the reckoned, ruined remains of a tankard that sank in the harbor, now sticking half out. And there, you acquaint yourself further with the esoteric and the divine, immersing yourself in your eye, the people you can see through it, such that you will never be deceived again by who people truly are. Thank you all so much for joining us, and have a wonderful evening.